era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 601. Break the rules. I don't want to believe Uncle Meng. Zheng Qi said to Su Jing. Su Jing patted Zheng Qi's shoulder in silence. She also felt her palms and body cold at this moment. At this time, there were countless Chang fans in the country who felt cold in their hearts, but none of them were as cold as Su Jing and Zheng Qi at this moment. This was a semi-final. Chang was facing a club from Germany. Although this team was also very strong, it was squeezed to second place in another group and was not a particularly strong team. With Chang's performance, it should not be a problem to win the game. In this game, they did play better and suppressed the opponent. The number of attacks and opportunities created were also more than the opponent. However, in terms of seizing opportunities, this season, Chang's most mature tactics are based on Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei. The two outstanding attackers took the lead in colliding and opening up gaps, and then others took advantage of the situation to expand their advantages. This style of play does not always work, but as long as they can succeed once or twice in the game, it is enough for them to score goals. In this stalemate, Chang of course adopted such tactics. Nanglo's defensive tactics were cracked by Fifan in this year's league, but their offensive tactics have never been cracked. This time seems to be no exception. After a stalemate with the opponent for most of the game, Chang finally found an opportunity. Shen Ruofei took the lead in launching an attack. Although he did not take away any opponent this time, he had created the opportunity he needed to create. Lu Xiaoshan followed up immediately and cut in. The operation level of the first person in the lead burst out, and he took away one opponent in an instant, and then took away another person. Only then did he run out of physical energy under the opponent's concentrated fire and leave the field. Although the two top attackers left the field one after another, Chang had already taken the initiative in tactics. As long as the others rushed in along the gaps that Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan rushed out, they could directly take the initiative. This was a tactic that Chang had tried and tested before. However, this time, there was a mistake. The two players followed up a little slowly when they cut in, and were soon cut off by the opponent, who then surrounded them. After the opponent's players who left the field returned to the field, the defending side took advantage of the situation. They counterattacked and killed most of Chang's players, and then chased them all away. When the opponent's army was approaching, only Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei, who had just returned to the field, were left in front of Chang. Although the two of them showed their extremely strong operating level in such a situation, and the two of them took away 4 people from the opponent, they still could not avoid the dilemma of their own gate being breached. After the opponent scored a goal in an attack that was bound to win, Chang mustered up the remaining courage to launch a counter-attack again, but the opponent defended very tightly. As time passed, Chang was always unable to get the ball back. Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei did not dare to launch an attack easily. Their teammates did not follow up in time just now, which made them feel a little confused. However, as the time of the game was about to come to the end, they could only choose to take risks. This time it seemed to be successful. After Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei opened the gap, the other players who followed up also did a good job. Unfortunately, in the last wave of attack, it seemed that they always lacked a breath. After a teammate returned to the field, the opponent stabilized his defense and withstood Chang's last wave of attack. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Chang stopped in the semi-finals and failed to enter the World Cup finals. For the first time in 6 years, the Chinese team failed to win the World Cup championship and even failed to enter the finals. This result made all Chang fans dumbfounded. They were sad, in pain, and regretful. The Chang players on the field were also stunned. They couldn't believe that they were so close to a miracle, and it ended here. Lu Xiaoshan stood in the field with a stern face and shook hands with his opponent. He was the captain and needed to show his grace and style. Shen Ruofei didn't have such a good temper. He looked at some teammates with fierce eyes, wishing he could eat them. 1, 2, 3, 4, Zheng Qi in the box of the stands counted one by one. A total of 4 people made mistakes, but there is indeed no evidence. They were all very minor mistakes. I can't say that they were intentional. If it weren't for Uncle Meng's reminder, I would only think that it was just an ordinary performance mistake. No one doesn't make mistakes, but making mistakes at such a critical moment, haha, there are not so many coincidences in the world. Yes, some things are just unpredictable, Sujin also muttered. They actually covered it up very well. They were all very minor mistakes. Basically no one could see it, unless they had planned it a long time ago. It seems very skilled. Back then, Chen Fen and Meng Fifan of Nanyu were also lost under such circumstances. Meng Fifan even withdrew from the professional arena because of this. It was such a big fuss at the time, but there was no evidence. Even if we saw something, we still have no evidence. Su Jing sighed. Sister Su, have you checked the betting? Zheng Qi asked. I checked. The money bet on this game is really a lot, especially the money bet on Changfen. It's enough to buy 10 of our clubs. Su Jing smiled. Zheng Qi was also surprised. The Fifan club is now valued at 10 billion. After all, the valuation of the club is mainly based on box office revenue. Fifan now has about 10 million fans for each game. Their box office revenue in each season will not be less than 2 billion. This is already very close to those top clubs. The valuation of 10 billion is because they are indeed newly established not long ago, and their reputation and fan base are not stable enough. If it is like Changfen, the valuation will not be less than 20 billion. Add the brand effect and other factors. If you really want to buy a Changfen, 100 billion may not be enough. In other words, in this game, the number of people betting on Changfen to win alone will not be less than 100 billion standard currencies. It's just that this price seems to be a lot, but when it is spread out, it's not much per person. After all, Changfen is the most popular team. Their odds of winning the championship, including the odds of winning this game, are the lowest. In this case, even if ordinary players bet on Changfen, they will not go bankrupt. Although the hot favorite is not a sure thing, it is impossible to make a lot of money. Everyone knows this truth. Even if everyone's losses are not big, the guys behind the scenes have made enough money. Zheng Qi sneered. Yes, on the surface, they don't let the gambling companies reach out to the league, but in fact, there are intricate connections behind the scenes. These guys should have been doing this kind of thing for a long time. They have formed a huge industrial chain and scale, and industrialization to achieve such effects and capabilities. Su Jing thought for a while and said, if it weren't for the huge industrialization and profit chain, it wouldn't be possible to buy so many players. Although a team doesn't need to buy too many players, for example, only buy a few from those strong teams, and they don't need to do anything at ordinary times, just show up at critical moments, there should be a lot of people who can be bought like this. Zheng Qi said. They even trained some young players to enter the league. Su Jing said. This should definitely be there, but I don't think there should be any among the god-level players. Zheng Qi nodded, then said. Why? According to this model, god-level players may also be bought. Su Jing said in surprise. It's enough for the god-level players to make clean money themselves. There's no need to make this. Besides, they have too many fans, too much attention and exposure, so it's not worth it. Even if some of them are trained by them, it won't have any effect. Zheng Qi said. Su Jing nodded. What should we do now? We can't do anything now. Zheng Qi shrugged. Everything is our speculation, there is no evidence. So let it go. Su Jing asked Zheng Qi in surprise. With her familiarity with Zheng Qi, she could almost guess that Zheng Qi would not let it go. Of course not. Next year I will win the 5-time champion. Zheng Qi stood up, looked at the grey sky outside the window, and then said loudly. What? Su Jing thought she didn't hear clearly. 5 crowns. I'm going to get the 5 crowns, next year. I won't wait even a day longer, I'm going to break their rules. I'll use the 5 crowns to tell them that it's not all about what they want. They've been getting what they want for almost 100 years, but now, it's no longer possible, because I, Zheng Qi, have decided to get the 5 crowns. Zheng Qi opened his arms and roared like a madman. Well, Zheng Qi, I believe in your ability, but the 5 crowns, to be honest, it depends a lot on luck, even if we are pure internally. What if we can't get it next year? Su Jing asked cautiously. Then I'll quit. Because I can only endure 1 year in such a dirty environment. If I can't get the 5 crowns, I'll quit and go play classical football. Classical football, at least it's clean. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Su Jing nodded silently, which really fits a view of Zheng Qi. He is such a person. Because he is dissatisfied with such an environment, he wants to break it. What if he can't break it? Then leave, don't feel any extra pressure for it, and don't have any nostalgia. Zheng Qi doesn't do things in an extreme way, but anyone who knows him knows that he does things very happily. Not only does it make him happy, but it also makes others happy. Okay, then I'll try my best to help you win 5 championships next year. Su Jing laughed. But if we really want to win 5 championships, we have a good chance. Our team was built from scratch. No matter what, our internal, I believe it should be the purest. Zheng Qi smiled slightly. Chapter 602. Mental Hospital. Now you know why I'm hesitant, right? Meng Fan said to Zheng Qi with a wry smile. Got it. Zheng Qi nodded obediently. If someone was letting the game go, no one could tell, just like what Zheng Qi and Su Jing had discussed before, those actions were relatively normal in the league, just some occasional mistakes or inadequate operations. It was normal to have such mistakes or inadequate operations with ups and downs, especially in those 2 attacks. At least 7 or 8 players made some mistakes, maybe some of them did it intentionally, and some of them made mistakes subconsciously when they saw their teammate make mistakes. Such mistakes can be said to be spread across all the games, and it's normal to see them. Even Lu Xiaoshan could only blame himself for his bad luck, and happened to encounter such a mistake. If it weren't for Meng Fan's reminder, Zheng Qi and Su Jing would have been preconceived and even nitpicking in their observations, and they wouldn't have noticed that little clue. After all, there are so many people watching the game in the football era, and there are even many very professional players and commentators. It is impossible for all of them to be bribed, but there is no big doubt until now, which shows how well the other party has done in this regard, and how hidden it is. You must know that Zheng Qi and Su Jing are both people with excellent observation ability. Zheng Qi has a good overall view and a unique vision, while Su Jing is delicate and can perceive many details. The 2 people confirm each other and can only see the clues that can be seen by careful observation. Ordinary people really can't find them. Even if some people occasionally think there is a problem, they can only let it go because of the evidence. If they really say this to the outside world, they will be considered as neurotic. I will fully support you to win the 5 championships. Meng Fan said to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi nodded. I never worry about this, but Uncle Meng, I have another problem now. Looking at Zheng Qi's sly smile, Meng Fan felt something was wrong. In fact, I have thought about this kind of thing carefully and have almost figured it out. Just like the classical football back then, it is impossible that all matches are fake, but it is also impossible that all matches are real. No matter how large the scale of the game is, no matter how important the game is, there must be a lot of fake matches. After all, it involves astronomical amounts of money. If there are no traces of human intervention, it is even more impossible. Zheng Qi said. Meng Fan nodded. Yes, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. This principle is true everywhere, and competitive sports are no exception. As long as most of them are good, it's fine. The current football era should be like this. The vast majority of games are normal, and a small number of abnormal games actually have little impact, but they can make some people earn a lot of money. Because if the current football era professional games are counted as an industry, it is much larger than the industry of classical football in the past. Zheng Qi continued. Of course. Although classical professional football was called a smokeless industry, the value it actually created was mainly used to please people and solve part of the workload. In terms of economy, it didn't account for a large proportion. Meng Fan nodded. So I understand why some people would do this. After all, even if they don't do this industry, others will. Judging from the development of professional football games in recent years, they are very cautious. Zheng Qi smiled. Then what do you want to say? Meng Fan frowned. I just want to say that Sister Su and I are both very careful observers. If we didn't look at it with a preconceived idea in advance, we wouldn't notice that little clue. Uncle Meng, how did you know? Zheng Qi looked at Meng Fan and asked. Meng Fan was silent. Yes, Uncle Meng, of course you were also very good, but in terms of observation ability, Zheng Qi and I should be better. Su Jing smiled and acted a knife, implying that even we have to observe with a preconceived idea to observe it. How did you know? Don't say that you can find that problem just by observing it casually. Meng Fan was silent and continued to be silent. Well, there is no point in wasting time. Zheng Qi said. The main thing is to explain it clearly, which is very difficult. Meng Fan touched his forehead. Yeah, it's a bit unsatisfying to solve the mystery so quickly. Zheng Qi chuckled. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, in the final analysis, it always has to be said. Meng Fan shrugged. Tomorrow, I'll come to you tomorrow. Looking at Meng Fan who left after saying this, Zheng Qi and Su Jing looked at each other. Uncle Meng, you won't run away? Zheng Qi suddenly shouted at Meng Fan's back from a distance. Meng Fan staggered and almost fell to the ground. "You kid, I'm old, do you want to kill me?" Meng Fan turned around and waved his fist to threaten. Zheng Qi clasped his fist and bowed to apologize, and Meng Fan left. "Why do you think Uncle Meng has to wait until tomorrow?" Su Jing asked with a smile. "Maybe he needs to discuss it with someone." Zheng Qi chuckled. "This old guy is probably sent by my family. Humph, those people in my family have really put a lot of effort into it. That's for your own good." Su Jing smiled. "Yes, it's really for my own good, so I didn't say anything, right?" Zheng Qi shrugged. "People always have to mature. They should be very pleased to see mature." Su Jing chuckled. Zheng Qi glared at her, shook his head and stopped talking. One night passed quickly, but theoretically, before solving a mystery, one should toss and turn and be unable to fall asleep, but Zheng Qi was heartless and slept very comfortably. So when he got up the next day, Zheng Qi was full of energy and felt like he could kill a tiger. Seeing Su Jing, who was obviously a little depressed, Zheng Qi was a little amused. "This is my business after all. Why are you not getting enough sleep?" Zheng Qi asked with a smile. "I was curious, so I couldn't sleep yesterday." Su Jing yawned. Meng Fan soon appeared in front of them. He glanced at Su Jing, who was obviously here to join in the fun, and didn't say much. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Are you ready?" "Ready," Zheng Qi said with a smile. "Then let's go." Hearing Meng Fan say let's go, Su Jing and Zheng Qi didn't say anything, but Su Jing thought they were just leaving the club and going somewhere, but soon found out that Meng Fan took them directly to the station and boarded the long-distance high-speed train, going to City B. Su Jing was stunned after getting the ticket. Meng Fan nodded and didn't say anything. Zheng Qi was also a little silent. It wasn't until he found a good place to sit down that he whispered to Su Jing, "My home is in City B." Then you ran really far at the time. Su Jing calmed down and said, "City G is in the southernmost part of China, and City B is in the north. It basically spans half of China, which is really far. If you run away from home, of course you have to go as far as you can. Besides, it's so convenient to go out now." Zheng Qi laughed. "It is very convenient. 100 years ago, the fastest high-speed train from City B to City G took less than 8 hours, but now, 2 hours is enough." Su Jing didn't ask anything else, but talked to Zheng Qi casually. Meng Fan, who was sitting next to them, didn't say anything, but closed his eyes and took a nap. 2 hours passed quickly. After arriving in City B, Meng Fan called a car, and the three of them got on the car and left the station quickly. "Where are you going?" Zheng Qi asked Meng Fan. Meng Fan didn't answer him, but told the driver an address. Zheng Qi didn't ask any more questions, and Su Jing looked at Meng Fan in surprise, and then looked at Zheng Qi. "Your home is actually there." Su Jing looked at Zheng Qi strangely. "You have surprised me many times, but this time is the most surprising." "No." Zheng Qi made a strange cry. "Really?" Su Jing expressed doubt. Meng Fan laughed. "Stop it, that's not Zheng Qi's home." Su Jing patted her chest. It's okay, I thought you said you ran away from home, you escaped from the mental hospital. Do I look like a mental patient?" Zheng Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The address Meng Fan told the driver just now is the largest mental hospital in China with the best conditions and the strongest medical power. To talk about this problem, it is a very important problem facing mankind now. After meeting the basic needs of survival, spiritual needs are not so easy to meet. Unlike 100 years ago, the proportion of people with mental problems is much higher than before, so mental hospitals are also blooming everywhere. After all, most diseases are easy to treat, but mental problems have not made much progress. After all, this is related to the most mysterious brain of the human body. It is said that 2 people out of every 10,000 people have various mental problems, but most people do not affect their lives and work. Otherwise, this proportion is scary enough. "I have no mental problems," Zheng Qi solemnly declared. "Yeah, I believe it." Su Jing nodded repeatedly, and then said to Zheng Qi, "How do you feel now?" Zheng Qi turned his head and ignored her, and Su Jing began to smile. Finally, there was a way to make fun of Zheng Qi. Su Jing felt that she could play with this joke for a year. "We are almost there, get ready to get off." Meng Fan turned and said to them. Su Jing and Zheng Qi were both cheered up at the same time. Is it finally time to solve the mystery? This made them look forward to it, although the place they came to was beyond their expectations. "Be careful when you get off the car later, I'm afraid someone will suddenly rush out and bite me," Zheng Qi whispered to Su Jing. "This is a mental hospital, not a rabies hospital." Meng Fan replied unhappily. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 603 My brother. After knowing that the destination was a mental hospital, Zheng Qi and Su Jin began to think about what a mental hospital was like, but it was obvious that they lacked impressions and practical experience of such places, so when they followed Meng Fan into the mental hospital, they were nervous and even wanted to refuse. However, after going through a series of strict procedures and entering the gate, Zheng Qi and Su Jin unexpectedly found that it was not as gloomy and scary as they imagined. After entering the gate, there was a small courtyard, followed by a deep corridor. There was no garden and bright sunshine as they had seen in some film and television works in the past. That was because the air outside was very bad now. However, after entering the deep corridor, they saw rooms one by one. These rooms were large and had good facilities. The larger the room, the greater the expenses. Meng Fan whispered to them. Well, such conditions are much better than those of ordinary people, Zheng Qi replied. There is no purification system that covers the entire community here, but there is a small purification system in each room. The patients live well and have people to take care of them. Of course, it is expensive. After all, few people are willing to take care of mental patients these days. Meng Fan said. Su Jin and Zheng Qi nodded at the same time. They could understand this. After all, everyone has food and drink these days, so it is not worth doing this. Taking care of mental patients is a very hard thing. So basically, patients are taken care of by robot nannies. These robot nannies take care of people very well, but they consume a lot of energy, so the expenses are not small. Meng Fan continued. Uncle Meng, do you come here often? Zheng Qi asked curiously. I haven't been here in the past few years. Meng Fan smiled slightly. Because you have to take care of me? Zheng Qi asked. Meng Fan did not answer, but Zheng Qi already knew the answer. Walking all the way, they didn't know how far they had walked, and they arrived at the largest room they had ever seen. Wow, Uncle Meng, you have a lot of money. Zheng Qi sighed. Compared with the rooms he had seen along the way, this room was simply the king of the room. Zheng Qi observed it a little and found that the activity space in this room was not much smaller than the villa he had lived in before. We have money. Meng Fan replied. Who lives here? Zheng Qi asked. Meng Fan opened the door. Come in and take a look. He had a smile on his face at this time, but his smile was filled with infinite sadness. Zheng Qi and Su Jin followed Meng Fan into the room. The room was well equipped and clean, with no odor, and all kinds of entertainment facilities. It was obviously a waste for one person to live in such a big house, but Zheng Qi and Su Jin didn't think so at this time. Because the person living here was curled up in the corner, holding a football in his arms, looking at a certain position with his eyes distracted, motionless. Meng Fan walked over, and Zheng Qi and Su Jin followed him and looked at him. This person looked very young, but his face was full of vicissitudes. Zheng Qi and Su Jin looked at this person, and then looked at Meng Fan. You two look alike. Zheng Qi muttered. Well, but this one is more handsome, looks younger than Uncle Meng. Su Jin said. He is my brother. Meng Fan said helplessly. Really? Su Jin was shocked. Uncle Meng, how did your brother maintain himself? Hey, your focus is a bit strange. Zheng Qi said. This is the biggest focus, okay? Su Jin did not give in. It's normal. He has a younger face than me since he was a child. Although he is 3 years older than me, when we were in college, everyone thought that he, a senior, was younger than me, a freshman. People often asked him how many grades your brother failed. Meng Fan said expressionlessly. Zheng Qi burst into laughter, then covered his mouth and forced himself to hold it back. From a psychological point of view, you may be more jealous of your brother. Su Jin said after thinking for a while. Don't make a fuss, we have a good relationship. Meng Fan said helplessly. Well, why do I feel that he looks a little familiar? Zheng Qi looked at the man and asked Meng Fan. You're young, it is normal that you don't know him. Meng Fan smiled, with an indescribable vicissitude in his voice. 20 or 30 years ago, there should be very few people who didn't know him. He is Meng Fan. Su Jin seemed to remember something and asked in surprise. Meng Fan nodded. Yes, he is Meng Fan, the first player in the Alliance at the time, the captain of Chen Fen, and the #1 player in the south. He is also my brother. No wonder your names are so similar, but Uncle Meng, your parents are too partial. Your brother is called Meng Fan, and you are called Meng Fan. This is bullying. Zheng Qi sighed. I changed my name later. My original name was Meng Chang. Meng Fan said. Then why did you change your name? The name Meng Chang is also very imposing. Su Jing asked. That's not the point. Meng Fan was a little helpless. Well, I heard that Meng Fan couldn't stand a blow and became mentally ill. It turned out to be true. Su Jing immediately changed the subject. Yes, that was a huge blow to him. What's more serious is that he couldn't stand the fact that he had put so much effort into a fake league. Meng Fan sighed, so I was hesitant to tell you these things. Are you worried that I'm like him and can't stand a blow? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, deep down, you are the same person as him. You can't tolerate even a grain of sand in your eyes and can't tolerate any mistakes. Meng Fan sighed. Actually, I'm fine. I'm not that kind of person. Zheng Qi scratched his head. Actually, I can't tolerate it either, but I wouldn't have put so much effort into football era. From this point of view, it's also good for you to play so many games. Meng Fan laughed. You knew there was a problem in the league because of your brother's experience. Su Jing said. Meng Fan nodded. Yes, just like you said, if it weren't for the preconceived notion, there would be no problem at all. In fact, they didn't do it so covertly before, but they were more arrogant than now. But after my brother's incident, they began to restrain themselves a little. I heard that Meng Fan accused his teammates of deliberately letting the game go, and it was a big deal. Su Jing nodded. Not only big, but very big, almost shaking the foundation of the league, because my brother's number of fans was really huge at the time, even more glorious than Lu Xiaoshan now. Many people regarded him as a lifelong idol. No matter what he said, many people would believe it unconditionally. Meng Fan said. But there is still no evidence. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. Yes, there is no evidence at all, so this matter can only be slowly calmed down in the end. No matter how much support the fans give, they can't let my brother rise up, and my brother is a person with a particularly strong character, especially strong. Meng Fan said. That's troublesome. Zheng Qi sighed. So later, my brother's mental state became worse and worse, and he left the South Country in a rage. For a long time afterwards, I was here to take care of him. Meng Fan sighed. It's not easy for you, Uncle Meng. Although you are rich, it's also difficult to take care of people. Su Jing looked at Meng Fan with some admiration. It's not difficult. I may have a talent for taking care of people. Didn't I take good care of Zheng Qi? Meng Fan laughed. Uncle Meng, are you a professional nanny? Zheng Qi tried his best to dilute the solemn atmosphere. No, but I used to lead troops. Meng Fan shook his head. So taking care of people is also my profession. No wonder you have such a good strategic vision. Su Jing nodded, which solved one of her doubts. Meng Fan has always been familiar with the details in the football era, but he is not good at specific tactical operations. However, when the guilds confront each other, he beats almost everyone. Those people are also the bosses of the major guilds, experienced and good at commanding large armies. If Meng Fan came from the military, then this problem can be explained. No matter how powerful the guild bosses are, they are only amateur command abilities. How can they compare with Meng Fan, who is a professional? I'm not a top military talent. I majored in ancient battle tactics and military formations, which happened to be useful in guild confrontations. Those who command thousands of troops in outer space are really powerful. Meng Fan shook his head and said modestly. That's also professional. Professionals beat amateurs. I suddenly found that our club is very buggy. This is bullying others with cheats. Will it have any bad effects? Zheng Qi turned to ask Su Jing. That's right, professional soldiers beat guild bosses. The tactical department composed of experts from the Academy of Sciences bullies other tactical departments, and there are cheating methods for creating characters from the Academy of Sciences. I suddenly feel that we are so guilty. Su Jing bit her finger and said embarrassedly. This is not cheating, it is an advantage in technology and manpower. They can also work hard in this area. Zheng Qi said confidently. What you said makes sense, Su Jing replied weakly. Meng Fan coughed, and Zheng Qi immediately turned to him. Uncle Meng, is it because your brother has problems that you came back to take care of him? Meng Fan nodded. Yes, that was more than 20 years ago. At the beginning, he was sometimes conscious and sometimes not. When he was conscious, he would tell me some things in the football era, and at the same time tell me his judgment and observation, but what can I do? I can't help him get revenge, and I don't even know who his enemy is. I also thought about becoming a professional player, and then winning 5 championships to comfort him. Maybe it can make my brother sober up, but my talent is not in this. Uncle Meng, don't worry, I will help you. Zheng Qi patted Meng Fan's hand vigorously. Meng Fan nodded and continued to look at Meng Fan. Meng Fan still stared at a certain place with unfocused eyes, and his lips sometimes moved, but he didn't make any sound. Chapter 604. You already know he's so handsome. Su Jing stared at Meng Fan intently, and then whispered to Zheng Qi. Yeah, he's very handsome. Zheng Qi was also staring. They were not people who had never seen handsome men. In fact, there was not much way for celebrities these days, because everyone was playing football era. In football era, it was very easy to make a handsome face or even make a movie. The real stars were those in the professional league. There were many handsome men among them, such as the current league's 2 pillars Li Qing's and Lu Xiaoshan. They were very popular, not only because of their high level, but also because they were very handsome. Lu Xiaoshan was selected as the most wanted man to marry in a selection in recent years. This selection was not only for professional players of football era, but for all public figures. Li Qing's was not bad in this aspect. His calm and wise temperament and elegant appearance were not the same style as Lu Xiaoshan, but equally attractive. However, Zheng Qi and Su Jing both felt that Meng Fan was even more handsome than Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's in this aspect. Although he was already very old, he was almost 50 years old and could be considered an old man, but he still had black hair and a smooth face without any flaws. In addition, his angular face, combined with the vicissitudes of life on his face, could blend out a different temperament. Otherwise, Zheng Qi and Su Jing would not have thought that Meng Fan was the older brother, and the older brother. In fact, Meng Fan was not bad looking, but relatively speaking, he looked much older. In this regard, Zheng Qi and Su Jing had surprisingly similar aesthetics. My brother is very handsome. Meng Fan smiled. From childhood to adulthood, he has been my idol, although he and I have taken different paths, and I seem to be more serious, but I know that I am far worse than my brother. Don't say that, Uncle Meng, I think you were also very strong. Zheng Qi said. For the next hour or two, Su Jing and Zheng Qi kept helping Meng Fan take care of Meng Fan. It was obvious that Meng Fan rarely spoke now. Occasionally, he would look at Meng Fan, but there was no expression on his face. We will work hard to win the 5 championships, brother. It was not until Meng Fan said this to Meng Fan that Meng Fan's face showed some anger. Those bastards! Meng Fan suddenly shouted, which scared Zheng Qi and Su Jing. Then they saw Meng Fan hug Meng Fan very quickly and patted his back continuously. Under such pats, Meng Fan gradually calmed down and continued to sit back. He is a little aggressive sometimes, just control it. Meng Fan let go of his hand and turned to Zheng Qi and Su Jing. Is he good at fighting? Zheng Qi asked curiously. It's okay to beat you too. Meng Fan smiled. No way. Zheng Qi was a little unconvinced. He felt that he was also a strong young man, and he usually did a lot of sports and so on. How could he be beaten by an old man? And Meng Fan just controlled Meng Fan, and it seemed very easy. I'm a soldier, I can beat 5 of you in close combat. Meng Fan continued. Zheng Qi stuck out his tongue and stopped talking. Actually, I'm still very happy to see that he can still react. Meng Fan said with some satisfaction. What I'm most afraid of is that after so many years, he doesn't even react to the 5 championships. Then he is really hopeless. Many doctors have examined him and said that he is still a kind of self-enclosed. Unless a certain situation is achieved, it is possible for him to return to normal. I have tried other methods. Perhaps only by really winning the 5 championships can he be stimulated. In this case, I have a bold idea. Zheng Qi said after thinking about it. What idea? Su Jing asked curiously. Make fake news, fake newspapers, and fake trophies to show him. Tell them that we won the 5 championships and brought all those bad guys to justice. Wouldn't it be a good stimulus to him? Zheng Qi said. Su Jing opened her mouth wide and looked at him in surprise. You can think of this? I'm a genius. Zheng Qi looked at Meng Fan with pride. Genius, we have already done what you think, and it is definitely more realistic than you think. Meng Fan sighed. Damn, no way. So amazing. Zheng Qi was shocked. I'm not stupider than you, how could I not think of such a thing? Meng Fan replied. Then doesn't it mean that even if we win the 5 championships, it will be useless? Zheng Qi said. He will think it's fake after seeing it. That's different. If we win the 5 championships, there will be notifications and changes in the game, which we can't simulate, because no one in the world can figure out how the football era works now. Meng Fan shook his head. So when the time comes, we just need to let him enter the game, which can really stimulate his mind and see if he can regain his consciousness. In this way, it's really unreasonable not to win the 5 championships. Zheng Qi sighed. Well, this is the last chance. Meng Fan nodded. Cheng has been close for several years in a row. If we don't win next year, we may not have any chance in the future. So we decided that we will use all our strength this year and must strive for the 5-time champion. Why? Zheng Qi asked. Meng Fan laughed. You have almost guessed it, so don't play dumb. Zheng Qi curled his lips and stopped talking. What are you talking about? Su Jing asked curiously. As for me, I was indeed sent by your father. Your father has done a favor to me and my brother, so I agreed to help him take care of you. Meng Fan said. TSK, I can live well without anyone taking care of me. Zheng Qi said. Really? Su Jing expressed doubt. Zheng Qi blushed. Without anyone to take care of me, I will be forced to come out. Meng Fan smiled and didn't say much. Let's go meet your family together. After cleaning up Meng Fifan's room, Meng Fan turned around and said to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi didn't say anything, but Su Jing was a little shy. Oh, do I have to go too? It's so sudden. I'm sorry. If you're here, of course you should go together. How about you chat with my brother? Meng Fan asked with a smile. Then I'd better go with you. Su Jing answered immediately. She didn't discriminate against Meng Fifan. She wouldn't get tired of looking at such a face for a whole day, but what if Meng Fifan suddenly gets angry? After all, he is a martial arts madman. It's okay if you don't mention the 5-time champion. Meng Fan said. I'd better go with you. Su Jing decided not to take risks. Meng Fan smiled, turned around and held Meng Fifan's hand, whispered a few words to him, then patted the back of his hand and stood up. Let's go. Meng Fan said. Zheng Qi was very silent all the way, and Su Jing was more understanding. Others said that people are afraid of hometown. A guy who ran away from home at the age of 14 should be more afraid to go home 10 years later. Generally speaking, such a naughty child can't escape a beating. Su Jing looked at Zheng Qi very quietly, and then found that he seemed a little unnatural. Your thighs are shaking. Su Jing said. Don't talk nonsense. I am so brave, how could I tremble with fear? Zheng Qi replied tremblingly. Well, you are cold, I know. Su Jing nodded repeatedly, but she couldn't help laughing. Zheng Qi glared at her again, but it was useless. I don't know what your house looks like. Su Jing started to talk about other topics. Your house should not be small, Zheng Qi said. Su Jing nodded. Her family was also wealthy, but their wealth only began to soar in the past 2 years. They were not particularly rich before, but they lived in a separate yard, which was considered luxurious. My house is 5 times bigger than yours, Zheng Qi said lightly. Su Jing was stunned again. After all, my family has been doing business for 5 generations, and we have done quite well. Zheng Qi laughed. My grandfather and my father's generations were both sponsors of Nangyou. At this point, Zheng Qi complained. I don't know why the consortium in the northern city of B would sponsor Nangyou in G City. Maybe they have nothing better to do. Because your father and my brother have a good relationship. Meng Fan turned his head and said, I know this. Zheng Qi curled his lips and stopped talking again. In fact, he knew a lot of things for the first time today. It's not far from the mental hospital to Zheng Qi's home, because they are all in the suburbs of B City. They drove all the way to a magnificent manor and stopped. Fortunately it's here. If it was in the city, it wouldn't be as comfortable as here, although it's more expensive there. Zheng Qi muttered. Su Jing didn't want to say anything at this time. 2 years ago, her family couldn't afford to live in the lower mountain area of G City, and Zheng Qi's manor was not far from the urban area of B City. It was the area that all the rich liked to live in the most, which was probably equivalent to the lower mountain area of G City. Zheng Qi's family can own such a large manor here, which should be much more powerful than her family. In addition, from Zheng Qi's tone, his family also has a big house in the old city, which is really awesome. After all, although G City is similar to B City in status, it is not as good as B City after all. In addition to being the economic center of northern China, it is also the political center. To put it simply, the houses in the old city cannot be bought with money alone, but you need something else. However, Su Jing has been now. Anyone who can own a manor here must be more powerful than her family. In addition, the old house in the old city is nothing more than more powerful. What's the difference? Su Jing has always been a person who can take it or leave it. Your family is awesome, and I followed you here. What can you do to me? At this time, Zheng Qi seemed to know what Su Jing was thinking. After getting off the car, he took her hand. Su Jing's heart jumped, but she did not refuse. Instead, she smiled with her lips pursed. Then she and Zheng Qi walked into the manor hand in hand together. Chapter 605. Stories from the past. With Meng Fan leading the way, they entered the manor easily. It was obvious that Meng Fan and Zheng Qi's family were very familiar with each other. He just nodded to the gate, and the gate slowly opened to make way. After entering the manor, there were not many people along the way. Meng Fan turned around and wanted Zheng Qi and Su Jing to follow, but he happened to see the two holding hands. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and turned around to lead the way again. Walking along the stone path, frogs croaked in the ponds on both sides. Why are there frogs in winter? Su Jing couldn't help asking. Thermostatic system, Zheng Qi replied. Su Jing was speechless again. At the end of the stone path was a pavilion. Su Jing finally understood the style of the rich family. This courtyard alone was twice the size of Su Jing's entire home. The key is that they were not extremely luxurious, but Su Jing knew that such a seemingly ordinary scenery was even more difficult. It was real luxury to create a natural flavor artificially. After walking outside the pavilion, Zheng Qi stopped and did not go in. Su Jing also stopped. She had seen a person sitting in the pavilion from a distance before. Now she knew it was Zheng Qi's father when she got closer. Why did Su Jing know? Because there was no need to look carefully. Zheng Qi and his father were simply carved from the same mold. It was obvious that the genes of the old Zheng family were particularly strong. However, compared with Zheng Qi's father looked much more mature, his face was more serious, and his hair was combed neatly and meticulously. Compared with Zheng Qi, who was always unkempt, there was a clear difference. Meng Fan walked into the pavilion and sat down directly next to Zheng Qi's father. He did not bother to be polite with Zheng Qi's father. He directly picked up the tea that had been brewed, poured himself a cup, and then drank it with relish. Have you been to see your brother? Zheng Qi's father ignored Zheng Qi, who was standing below, and turned to ask Meng Fan. Well, I've seen it. Zhongli, thank you for taking such good care of my brother. Meng Fan replied, even if I stay, it won't be better. No matter how good the nursing staff is, it's not as caring as family members. Zheng Qi's father Zhongli smiled and replied, if it weren't for my son who is really worrying, I wouldn't bother you. Zheng Qi was unhappy to hear this. Old man, if you keep being so sarcastic, I will turn around and leave immediately. Zheng Qi shouted. What are you yelling about? You have been entangled until now, but you are still on the path I hope you will take. Zhongli said slowly. That's what I want to take. Zheng Qi sneered. Is there a difference? Zhongli shone. Of course there is a difference. What you want me to do and what I want to do myself is the difference. Zheng Qi said loudly. This child is still so second-rate. Zhongli turned to Meng Fan and said. Su Jing couldn't help laughing. The conversation between the father and son was really interesting. Zheng Qi, who grew up in such an environment, could still be so wretched. Could it be considered a family tradition? After hearing Su Jing's laughter, Zhongli turned to her and smiled slightly. Zheng Qi, it's rude to let your girl stand outside the pavilion. Come in and sit down. Zheng Qi snorted, but took Su Jing's hand somewhat obediently and led her into the pavilion. He first moved the chair away and let Su Jing sit down before he sat down himself. You've been out for so long and learned gentlemanly manners. Not bad. Zhongli said to Zheng Qi with a smile. I'm very gentlemanly. Zheng Qi said shamelessly. The smile on Su Jing's face was a little forced. Manners? She had heard Niuliwa complain about Zheng Qi countless times. The first time she met Niuliwa in a game, Zheng Qi chased her and killed her. How could he be gentlemanly? However, after sitting down, Zheng Qi was obviously much more natural. He stretched out his hand and opened a secret compartment on the table. He took out a plate of exquisite pastries from it and handed one to Su Jing. Eat it quickly. You can't buy this thing outside. It must be kept at a certain temperature. It won't work if it's not almost done. If you don't finish it quickly, it will be wasted. Hearing him speak so seriously, Su Jing was also a little nervous. She carefully put the pastry, which was only the size of a finger, into her mouth. The pastry melted in her mouth, and then Su Jing immediately felt something that she couldn't describe flowing into her throat. The whole person instantly felt much more comfortable. Don't listen to this kid. Although this thing can't be bought outside, it's not that precious. It just tastes better. If you didn't like it, I wouldn't prepare it here. Zheng Qi said to Su Jing with a smile. Zheng Qi snorted, but his mouth didn't stop. He ate 4 in one breath, and then stuffed one into Meng Fan. There were only 6 pastries on a plate, and Zheng Qi didn't leave any for his father. Where's my mom? After finishing his meal, Zheng Qi licked his fingers without grace and asked. She's playing Epoch King of football. Zheng Qi replied. Su Jing was upset again. She originally thought that Su Jing's mother had gone out for something else, but it turned out that she went to play games. She didn't even look at her son who had been away from home for almost 10 years and continued to play games. How addicted must she be? What is she playing? My mom's skills are not good. Can she be so excited when being abused? Zheng Qi said. Because there are fans watching her live broadcast. Zheng Qi smiled and said, you know, your mother has always treated her fans very well. Is that because of the games she plays? Can she have some idea in her mind? Besides, they are all old fans. What's there to take care of? Zheng Qi complained wildly. Try to say this to your mother. Zheng Qi looked at him sideways. I'm not stupid. Zheng Qi replied. My mother was a female action star when she was young. She had a lot of fans, but she was so bad at playing games. Only those die-hard fans would watch her live broadcast. Zheng Qi whispered to Su Jing. Su Jing was speechless again. No wonder Zheng Qi didn't dare to complain in front of his mother. Maybe he was afraid of being beaten by his mother. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Su Jing saw a middle-aged woman running outside the pavilion. The woman was very beautiful, and even Su Jing felt ashamed of herself. Although she was not young, she was well maintained. The most valuable thing was that although she looked outstanding, she was not weak at all. She ran gracefully and heroically. Is this your mother? Su Jing asked Zheng Qi in a low voice. Yes. Zheng Qi answered simply, and then went to meet him. Mom, I miss you so much. When are you going to get rid of this old man? After hugging his mother, Zheng Qi pointed at Zheng Qi and said. Naughty. The woman smiled and hit Zheng Qi on the head. If you can get rid of him, you should have gotten rid of him earlier, otherwise you would not be here. Su Jing was completely speechless. She knew this person, even when she was a child. She was her idol, because this young lady was beautiful, good-looking, handsome and good at fighting, which left a deep impression on the young Su Jing at the time. Of course, after growing up, Su Jing didn't pay much attention to her childhood idol. As a businessman, she also paid more attention to her career, but now, she saw her. Yi Qingyu. Su Jing shouted, and then covered her mouth. It was too rude to call someone's name directly. Yi Qingyu looked at Su Jing, but didn't mind at all. She laughed heartily. Oh, I didn't expect that the little girl still knows my name now. When you were at your most glorious, she was almost sensible. Zheng Qi muttered. The temperature at the scene seemed to have dropped a lot. The slender jade hand that was gently touching Zheng Qi's head just now suddenly tightened, and Zheng Qi immediately cried ouch, ouch. Oh, son, are you okay? Why did you suddenly cry? Yi Qingyu said with a smile. It's okay, maybe I had a cramp suddenly. Zheng Qi answered honestly. Yi Qingyu nodded with satisfaction, and then sat down next to Zheng Qi. Su Jing finally understood why Zheng Qi could be so angry sometimes, but was also quite wise and was timid when he should be. Growing up in such a family, how else could he live? A father who could talk, a mother who could fight. Zheng Qi was just a little bit mean. He was already simple by nature. Your uncle Meng informed me yesterday. Since you have already decided on this matter, I have nothing to say. In fact, your grandfather and I have trained you like this since you were young, just to let you in a 5-time championship, but you have been stubborn since you were young. You just don't do what we asked you to do. If you hadn't figured it out yourself, I wouldn't dare to tell you. At this point, Zheng Qi sighed. Why did I give birth to such a weird son like you? As soon as this was said, Yi Qingyu was unhappy. What are you talking about? You gave birth to him. That's my birth. I have no share. Zheng Qi retorted. Still stubborn. Yi Qingyu didn't waste any words and threatened. Zheng Qi turned his head quickly. Although I didn't become a professional player when I was young, you should know that your grandfather was also a famous general in ancient times. It was because your grandfather became one of the first professional players with enough fame and income that our family's business became bigger and bigger. When I was young, I wanted to be a professional player, but my qualifications were too poor. Fortunately, my business ability was good. Through sponsoring and operating the Suitland Club, our family business went further. It was at the time that I met your mother. If I hadn't been deceived by your father's sweet words, I wouldn't have come to this bitter cold place in the north. Yi Qingyu smiled. Zheng Qi smiled and patted Yi Qingyu's hand. The movements of both of them were very natural, which made Su Jingyao envious. At the time, my ambition was to make Suitland the first team to win 5 championships. In fact, that has always been my wish, but it was difficult to achieve until I met Meng Fifan and Chen Fen. Zheng Qi continued. Zheng Qi still had no reaction, but after hearing these two names, he couldn't help but straighten his back a little, wanting to listen more carefully to his father's stories about the past. Chapter 606. Unpredictable events. Zheng Qi was not that old at the time. When he became the executive director and largest shareholder of Nangguo, he was only 20 years old. He was unique among all the top league bosses at the time. Chen Fen was 17 years old that year. Meng Fifan was even younger, only 14 years old. Zheng Qi's father, Zheng Qi, was one of the earliest star players in the football-era professional league. Although he was not the first generation of professional players, the era he lived in was the time when the football-era professional league came out of the earliest scattered model and gradually formed global unified rules. All the experience in history has proved that only when the world is gradually integrated and there are more exchanges, the stars who have achieved top level and achievements will have more convincing achievements. This is because of the problem of communication. After all, if you're only the king in a certain region, people don't know how strong you are. You have no record of playing against opponents from other continents. Even if you have scored thousands of goals in your official career, people may think that the football level at the time was too poor, or the environment you were in was too bad. The famous players who were a few generations earlier than Zheng Qi all had such problems, and the commercialization of the league was not enough at the time. Although they left a great name in the history of professional football games, they did not actually gain much personal benefits. Some famous players from some continents even disappeared soon after retiring, and they were not even very famous. Compared with these people, Zheng Qi is undoubtedly lucky. As a top player in the Chinese league at the time, he won many owners and earned a considerable income. He also showed his strength and level in the exchanges with other continents. Until now, many fans of the old football era still remember this name. But although Zheng Qi is the son of Zheng Qi, this has brought him more pressure. Your father is a famous general, but you can't even get into the professional arena. It's shameful. Although he relied on his business level to run Nangguo quite well, he still couldn't get rid of such a bad reputation. Under his management, Nangguo did not achieve particularly outstanding results, but only ranked in the middle, and occasionally the results were better, but they didn't seem particularly good. However, in the first 3 years of his management of Nangguo, he gradually stabilized a team with chaotic management and fluctuating results, and his income increased significantly, and he was able to retain people. At the same time, the level of youth training gradually improved, laying a good foundation for the subsequent glory of Nangguo. 3 years passed like this. In the youth training camp of Nangguo, a genius that attracted everyone's attention emerged. His name is Meng Fifan. Since he emerged in the youth training camp, he has attracted the attention of many top teams. Clubs like Nangguo actually have no ability to retain such a genius who has attracted attention from the beginning. After all, Nangguo at the time was very ordinary. At the time, the league did not protect youth training. Young players came and went freely. As long as they could get the favor of other teams, they wanted to leave, and the club had no way to stop them. Therefore, the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. Nangguo was also facing such a problem at the time. Zheng Qi was very anxious about it. He knew what such a genius meant to Nangguo. If he could stay, he would have a complete plan to build this genius, and then let this genius lead the entire team. This was an extremely rare opportunity for Nangguo. You must know that even if it is a genius, there will be no immediate changes when he debuts. It requires complete training and gradual maturity to truly reach the peak. As for ordinary players, it is not so easy to lead a team. However, even if he can think of this, there are some things that he cannot control. But at this time, Meng Fifan took the initiative to find that coach of his youth team and asked to meet with the executive director of the club. When Zheng Qi first became the executive director of Nangguo, he didn't actually own many shares. At the time, several major shareholders were deadlocked and didn't want to give others a bargain, so they used a young man like Zheng Qi to serve as the executive director to play a balancing role. As a result, this young man who they didn't care about quietly cut off part of the shares of others in the past 3 years, and suddenly became the largest shareholder, and truly controlled the management of the entire club. In other words, now in Angulo, Zheng Qi words really matter. When Zheng Qi heard that Meng Fifan wanted to see him, he felt a little strange, but he immediately decided to see him. After all, it was very important for him to know what Meng Fifan thought. It's not that he didn't want to see Meng Fifan before, but it was useless for him to see him. After all, Meng Fifan is too dazzling now. Even if he contacted him in advance, it would be meaningless. Of course, he sent someone to see Meng Fifan, but there were too many people who contacted Meng Fifan privately during this period, and Meng Fifan refused all of them and didn't see any of them. And now he wants to see him. This also gave Zheng Qi a glimmer of hope. Zheng Qi has always remembered the first time he saw Meng Fifan. When he stood in front of me, he was as sharp as a sword. I knew at the time that this young man was amazing. Zheng Qi showed a look of reminiscence on his face, and sighed to Sujing and Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was still listening nonchalantly, but Sujing's eyes showed a fascination. Meng Fifan, who had been crazy for decades, still had the kind of elegant demeanor. What would Meng Fifan look like back then? Meng Fan smiled at the side, but his eyes were wet involuntarily. Anyway, that day, he took the initiative to talk to me a lot, and then told me that he was going to sign with Nangyo. I was very surprised at the time, because the conditions I could offer were not high. At the time, there was no salary limit order, and many clubs could offer prices that were much higher than ours, much higher. However, Meng Fifan smiled and said that he cared more about honor. After listening to my plan, he thought that in Nangyo, he could concentrate on playing and training, and not care about those messy things. A year later, he became a professional player, and in the first year he helped us get the 3rd place in the league, which was the peak that Nangyo had never reached. At the time, there were a total of 5 people who trained with him from the new area, and each of them had very high attribute points. Of course, his was higher, to the point that no one had ever been there before, and no one will be there again. Hearing this, Zheng Qi interrupted his father's words. No, it's not that there will never be another one, my attribute points have surpassed his. Zheng Qi said proudly. That's because we just happened to meet Zheng Qi. Meng Fifan didn't have your means of pulling monsters. He earned his attribute points by breaking records all the way. Who do you think has higher gold content? Zheng Qi's face turned serious and he asked back. Zheng Qi stopped talking. Among the 5 people, the most outstanding one is Chen Fen. Chen Fen was also a late bloomer. He was 3 years older than Meng Fifan, but he never got ahead until he met Meng Fifan, and then he got room for development. You all know what happened next. Zheng Qi sighed. 2 consecutive years of double championships, and in the 3rd year he started to strive for 5 championships. At the time, Meng Fifan was only 20 years old. Zheng Qi said. Yeah, you weren't born then. Zheng Qi sighed. That year, Nangyo had reached a peak thanks to his efforts and my management. No domestic opponent was our match. We could easily win several goals. In the league that year, we remained unbeaten, and the cup competition was also smooth sailing. Zheng Qi's originally beaming expression dimmed. Until that game, we lost, and were only 1 step away from winning the 5-time championship. Meng Fifan must be very dissatisfied. Zheng Qi sighed. He could imagine Meng Fifan's anger and even helplessness at the time. He might not be someone who couldn't afford to lose, but he had done so well, but still didn't win the 5-time championship due to other factors. The prouder a person is, the more he can't stand such a blow. He was very angry at the time and said a lot of excessive words. It was also my fault that I didn't stand up and support him clearly, which made him feel betrayed. Zheng Qi smiled bigly. It would have been better if I had taken a clearer stance at the time, but I am a businessman and I am used to getting the most benefits through compromise, so what I was planning at the time was to slowly replace those problematic people and then build a purer and stronger team with Meng Fifan and Chen Fen as the core. In less than 2 years, I will have built a better team and will not give others a chance to take advantage of us. Your choice is not wrong. Meng Fan shook his head. If I were in his place, I would do the same. A momentary impulse will only make the situation worse and worse. But my brother, he is a person who cannot tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. So at the time, he had a lot of opinions about me, Chen Fen, and many other people. In a fit of anger, he even decided to retire immediately. This is also his character. If he was not such a simple person who only valued the game, he would not have achieved such great success at such a young age. I just feel sorry for him. He was only 20 years old at the time. If you could be a little more patient, we could create a great prosperous era together. Zheng Thongli's eyes were filled with infinite grief. Although so many years have passed, he still feels sad when he mentions it. Isn't that his career and his pursuit? It has happened. Don't think too much. If it weren't for this incident, you might not know me. Yi King patted Zheng Thongli's hand and said, "Yes, things in the world are always so wonderful." Zheng Thongli smiled. Zheng Qi curled his lips and whispered to the curious Su Jing, "It is said that my father was drinking to drown his sorrows. When he saw someone teasing my mother, he rushed out to save the beauty, but was beaten black and blue. In turn, he was saved by my mother. It's really embarrassing." Su Jing almost laughed out loud. Zheng Thongli glared at his son in embarrassment. Chapter 607 Please let me help you. I got the news and applied for early discharge from the army to come back to take care of my brother. I only had some savings at the time, and my brother had a lot of income, but he had lost control of himself by then, so he couldn't withdraw the money. If it weren't for your father's help, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for more than 10 years. Meng Fan said to Zheng Qi. Don't be polite. That was originally your money. I just helped to make it work. Zheng Thongli waved his hand, then smiled and said to Zheng Qi, "You don't know how glorious Meng Fan was back then? The way you earned both salary and endorsements was decided by him at the time. At the time, through various commercial endorsements and the support of fans, his annual income was twice as high as Lu Xiaoxin's now, because he was the unique super idol at the time. That's really amazing." Zheng Qi was really shocked. Although it was only twice as high as Lu Xiaoxin, considering the price changes in the past few decades, if this factor is taken into account, it might be more than 10 times higher, so even though he has only been rising for 2 years, his income is still very rich, so I have always said that you don't need to thank me, you brothers already have such capital to live well. Zheng Thongli said to Meng Fan with a smile. Meng Fan shook his head, but did not defend himself. So what should we do next? Zheng Qi asked. He took a sip of water. Uncle Meng, Dad, you brought me back. Didn't you just want to tell me a story? You're old now, there are some things you should know. Zheng Thongli said seriously. Zheng Qi was furious, and Su Jing almost laughed to death. Talk to your son seriously. Yi King patted her husband. In fact, it is because you plan to win the 5 championships next year. Of course, we can't let Meng Fan's tragedy happen to you again. Zheng Thongli said more seriously. I know that the old men are more powerful. Zheng Qi curled his lips. Son, don't curl your lips, you curl your lips the ugliest. Yi King spoke again. The only one who can suppress the father and son is Yi King. Su Jing thought in her heart with great admiration. Fan is now very strong, but he still needs to make up for it. I think those people should have noticed you. Although you have done a good job of hiding your strength this year, if you really observe carefully, you can still see some clues. Zheng Thongli said. Well, we actually hid our strength a little too much this year. The head coach never arranged any specific tactics. We just played blindly. We were able to get the 3rd place in the league and the runner-up in the cup. It's not difficult for someone to see it. Zheng Qi nodded. So we have to find a way to strengthen our strength. Zheng Thongli said lightly. How to strengthen our strength? Do you still have a group of top players in your hands, ready to join us at any time? Zheng Qi asked back. Not a group, just one. Zheng Thongli nodded, then turned around and shouted, "Come out." As he shouted, a figure appeared on the path outside, and then slowly walked over. Who is this person? I don't know him. Zheng Qi looked carefully, and then said to Zheng Thongli curiously. The man had an ordinary appearance and was relatively young, probably in his early 20s, but Su Jing and Zheng Qi were sure that they had never seen this person. Have you forgotten me so quickly? The man asked with a smile. Upon hearing this voice, Zheng Qi was stunned, and then let out a strange cry. You bastard, you dared to appear in front of me, don't you want to live? Zheng Qi shouted with his teeth bared. Is this seawater? Su Jing asked in surprise. You have a strong memory. You can actually remember my voice. The visitor looked at Su Jing in surprise. I have always had a good memory. Su Jing replied calmly. Hi, the young man I trained, reported you at the time, and it was also my instruction. Zheng Thongli said calmly. Hi, who was the Sears All-Water in the 5-man group of the ZY team back then? Stabbed Zheng Qi at a critical moment, making it impossible for Zheng Qi to make money through live streaming. I knew it was you who did it. Zheng Qi said angrily to Zheng Thongli. If you don't do this, you'll still make money through live streaming. Zheng Thongli said disdainfully. After 5 years of live streaming, can you make more than what you make in a month now? Anyway, I'm very unhappy. Who came up with this idea? Zheng Qi looked like he was going to settle accounts after the event. I came up with it. Yi King, you said. Zheng Qi's fierce expression froze on his face. Mom, was it you who came up with this idea? You are so wise and brave. I knew that such a good idea would never come up with me. Looking at Zheng Qi's flattering face, Su Jing really had the urge to cover her face and walk away. Well, your name is Zheng Hai, right? Do you have the ability to join out for fun? Are your attribute points over 800? Zheng Qi crossed his legs and turned to Zheng Hai. Zheng Hai smiled slightly. 865 points. Oh, not bad, you can rank in the top 10 in my club. Zheng Qi pretended to be indifferent. But our club is full, you should find a better job somewhere else. I can wait. Zheng Hai continued to smile. Why are you so shameless? Zheng Qi asked angrily. My life was given by President Zheng. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Zheng Hai smiled. This season, your personnel will definitely change. You know Zheng Hai's level. As long as there is a vacancy, he can fill it. What happened at the time was mainly because we used means. Do you think he will feel good if he stands up to report you? We have played like broadcasts together for 2 years. Don't you know who he is? Zheng Thongli said seriously. Zheng Qi kept a straight face and said nothing, but everyone knew that he did not walk away. He had already forgiven Zheng Hai in his heart. Also, your finances are actually very fragile. Zheng Thongli continued. TSK, I have money now. Zheng Qi disdainfully. How much money can you have? The cash flow of the entire Fifan club will not exceed 500 million now, right? Zheng Thongli laughed. How could it be? Zheng Qi denied it flatly, and then his voice dropped. Only 200 million. What? How can you be so wasteful? This time it was Zheng Thongli's turn to be shocked. No dividends at the end of the year? My brothers don't have many shares, and the income they keep is actually not very high. If I don't give them dividends, they will starve to death. Zheng Qi said. Your business ability is far worse than mine. Zheng Thongli sighed. I'm a god-level player. Zheng Qi chuckled. Now it was Zheng Thongli's turn to choke. He had no talent for games and had always been just an ordinary player, which was a pain point for him. Looking at the father and son hurting each other, everyone else pretended not to see it. Yi King just smiled at her son without saying a word. How about this, you and Miss Su, each of you take out 5 points of shares, I will invest 10 billion and become a shareholder in your club. Zheng Thongli sighed and said. Su Jing pursed her lips and said nothing. Now Fifan's valuation is probably only 10 billion, Zheng Thongli is giving money away. TSK, 10 billion just to get shares? Our shares are valuable. Zheng Qi said pretentiously. Wife, help me teach this unfilial son a lesson. Zheng Thongli turned to Yi King and said. Don't play dirty like this. Zheng Qi shouted. You are the one who is cheating, aren't you? I've given you such a big advantage, and you still want to cheat me. Zheng Thongli roared. Of course, both parties must agree to do business. If I don't allow it, don't even think about taking a single point of shares in my club, let alone 10 billion or 100 billion. Zheng Qi began to shout. Uncle is also kind-hearted, don't be like this. Su Jing turned to persuade Zheng Qi, which was also a way to smooth things over. That's just a dry share, you can't participate in the management of the club, Zheng Qi said. Are you afraid that I will swallow up your small club? Zheng Thongli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I tell you, this guy is cunning, who knows what he's up to? Zheng Qi turned to Su Jing and said. Su Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she couldn't say anything at this time. After much persuasion, Zheng Qi finally agreed to his father's request to buy shares, as if his father had taken a great advantage. With this money, you will be able to operate better in the transfer market this year. If you can increase your strength, then increase your strength so that you can make an impact next year. I think this year's transfer market will be very lively. Zheng Thongli explained. Of course, at least our Fei Hilly. Zheng Qi laughed cunningly. If I didn't inject capital, even if Shinrao Fei wanted to leave Changfen, you couldn't dig him out. Zheng Thongli couldn't bear to see him like this. Maybe, but there are more opportunities now. So many things happened in this year's league, next year will be even more chaotic. Zheng Qi stretched and said. Don't underestimate Changfen and Tinhe. You know the level of Lu Xiaoshan, and Li Qing's is even more terrifying. Among the 20 teams in the entire league, except for your club, which is pure, Tinhe is probably the only club that is solid. Zheng warned Zheng Qi. Next year, the three-way situation will not change much. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's are not young anymore. They will not give up the last hope. I know, I have never underestimated these two people. Zheng Qi nodded. In fact, they all missed the 5-time championship due to other factors. Lu Xiaoshan was stopped by us last year, which was not a problem because we had such strength. This year, he was tricked. In fact, Qin He also had such an opportunity in the past few years, but their performance was slightly worse. They were defeated by Cheng in the cup. At the time, Cheng actually had some internal problems, and theoretically would not have caught the little mistake of Qin He. Meng Fan suddenly said. They are actually all great. It is unforgivable that such players missed the opportunity to create an era because of some people's private ideas. Zheng Qi waved his fist. No matter what, I have to break this monopoly. Even if I can't get rid of these guys, at least I have to make them less happy. That's right. Meng Fan smiled slightly. Chapter 608. Come and go. Brother Fei, how were you doing recently? When Shinryu Fei, who was on vacation, received this message, he didn't want to pay attention to it at all. He was in a bad mood. He was only one step away from the 5-time champion, which made him very angry, especially the mistakes made by several teammates in the game. However, he soon realized that this approach was meaningless. After all, everyone makes mistakes. So after the end of the season, he sent messages to the teammates he had glared at to express his apology. Although his teammates expressed their understanding, his depressed mood did not change at all. He has sufficient enthusiasm and unlimited fighting spirit, which is very similar to Lu Xiaoshan. This is also that key factor that made him want to join Cheng at the time. It is not just because he has been a fan of Cheng since he was a child. The fighting spirit and desire shown by Lu Xiaoshan are the most recognized things he can find. So even though he has a good relationship with Zheng Qi and thinks that Zheng Qi is a good teammate, he still chooses to join Cheng, even if it means leaving for fun. Of course, he will be depressed if he misses this excellent opportunity to win the 5-time champion. So even when he is on vacation, he can't be happy. At this time, he received a message from Zheng Qi, and he really didn't want to reply. Although it had been a week since the unforgettable defeat, he still felt that Zheng Qi sent such a message just to laugh at him. Zheng Qi could do this. He didn't laugh at him right away, but to give him some time to buffer. If he laughed at him now, he wouldn't fall out with Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi must have known this. So he didn't want to reply to Zheng Qi's message. However, Zheng Qi sent several messages in a row soon. Don't be like this. I know you were in a bad mood, but have you ever thought about joining us for fun? I have something to tell you. Are you interested? It's related to why you didn't win the 5 championships. If you're interested, come to Ju City. I have something to show you. After seeing these consecutive messages, Shinryu Fei was almost dying of pain. He didn't know whether what Zheng Qi said was true or false, but he also knew that no matter how mean Zheng Qi was, he would not joke about such things. Did he really have to go and listen to what he wanted to say? After thinking for a while, Shinryu Fei interrupted his vacation and bought a ticket to City G to see what Zheng Qi wanted to say. Brother Fei is here. Hectares, you really gave me face. You came as soon as I said it. After seeing Shinryu Fei, Zheng Qi laughed and went to greet him. Are you happy that we lost the game? Shinryu Fei said with a straight face. I can't say I'm happy, but I'm not sad either. After all, you didn't win the 5 championships, which has nothing to do with me, right? Zheng Qi's words were too honest and too reliable. Shinryu Fei felt speechless again. Then what do you want to say? Shinryu Fei said. If I say that someone has been creating a balance in various competitions, just to prevent any team from winning the 5 championships, what would you think? Zheng Qi suddenly said. Shinryu Fei fell silent. You also noticed that something was wrong, right? But there is no evidence, right? Zheng Qi smiled. Some things have no evidence, but there are too many coincidences, so it's not a coincidence. I'm not too willing to believe you. Shinryu Fei looked at Zheng Qi and said. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, I didn't believe it before, but fortunately, the Qin He and Cheng teams have emerged in the past few years. As long as you can kill each other, there is a great chance of winning the 5-time champion. This makes those guys operate frequently, so we can collect more information. He shook a small storage device in his hand. Do you want to take a look? Look. Shinryu Fei answered simply. Then he and Zheng Qi carefully watched all the problematic game details collected by Zheng Qi over the years. Obviously, these details were picked out by an experienced person who did a very detailed investigation of some controversial games. Taking them out individually may not be a big deal, but putting them all together can cause a strong impact. I'm very angry. After reading it, Shinranofei was silent for a while, and then said, I'm already angry. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. What do you want to do? Shinranofei asked. Oh, how do you know I have other ideas? Zheng Qi exclaimed. I know you very well. If you didn't have any ideas, you might have already quit the professional game. In fact, I also have the urge to buy out my contract and leave this dirty place. Shinranofei said expressionlessly. Yes, we are all clean people. Well, let's not worry about that for now. My idea is that I will win the 5 championships and give them a slap in the face. Zheng Qi said. What's the point of getting it? Those people will still manipulate the game to some extent. Some games are still on rail. Is there any meaning? Shinranofei suddenly exploded and shouted at Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi acted as if he was frightened. Hey, buddy, why are you shouting at me? It's not your game I controlled. Okay, Shinranofei had to admit it. There is no such thing as a completely clean match. It's just that if we win 5 championships, they won't have to control the team to prevent it from winning 5 championships. At least, it will be a little bit cleaner. It's always a good thing to be a little cleaner. Besides, even if we have to leave, wouldn't it be better to make these people unhappy before leaving? Even if we can't stop them from talking nonsense, we have to make them feel uncomfortable. Zheng Qi laughed. Your metaphor is really vulgar, but I like it. Shinranofei nodded. Then it's settled? Zheng Qi asked. I'll file a transfer report when I get back. Shinranofei nodded. But I'm valuable. Can your club afford me? Don't underestimate us. We are rich now. The cash flow may be higher than all other clubs. Zheng Qi said proudly. Are you dating a rich man? Shinranofei asked. Vulgar, too vulgar. Am I the kind of person? I always think that people like you can do anything. You're not going to buy you anymore. Can this scare me? You acted quickly. Su Jing looked at Zheng Qi and said. That's right, if I take action, is there any reason why Brother Fei won't come back? Zheng Qi said complacently. Brother Fei is a man of the scene. As long as I give him face, he will come back. But it's not easy to buy him back. Su Jing thought for a while and said. He is now a top player. There is basically no precedent for players at this level to transfer. It's not difficult. If he takes the initiative to apply for a transfer, Chengfen Club will know very clearly that they can no longer keep him. Besides, we have money, so we can just spend it directly. I don't believe that Chengfen will not be tempted. What's the point of forcing someone who has to leave to stay? Zheng Qi said confidently. Well, but our club has also been poached, do you know? Su Jing said. Huh. Who wants to poach us? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Theoretically, it's hard for anyone to poach our players. Thunder, they want to buy Qingquan. Su Jing said. No way. They wanted to buy him last year, but they couldn't. This year they were relegated and went to the first division. Do they still have the confidence to poach our players? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. This is normal. Some come, some leave. We haven't made any moves yet, but Thunder has already started to rebuild. They sold Xiaobo to Hongyuan and now want to establish a new core, so they set their sights on Qingquan. Su Jing replied. Xiaobo was driven away. It's no wonder that Qingquan was tempted. After all, he is Thunder's man. Zheng Qi scratched his head and said. Yes, he is in great pain now. After all, he wants to fight for some owners with us. However, Thunder is very sincere now, and it is indeed a good opportunity. Thunder is at the bottom now. He will be highly valued after he goes there. If he plays well for 1 or 2 years and is promoted to the Super League, he will also be a well-deserved God-level player. It is difficult for us to give him such space and status. Su Jing nodded. It is a bit troublesome. I will go and talk to him. If he really wants to leave, we should not make it difficult for him. However, the transfer fee cannot be reduced. Thunder is not short of money. Last year, he took such a large transfer fee from us. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. There is almost no one who does not leave a team, and Fifen is the same. Although Fifen knows the ambition of the team, many people are willing to stay in Fifen for victory and championship, but after all, everyone's pursuit is different. In addition to Qingquan, Qing Yizhao was another person who wants to leave. His previous club, Bode, performed well in the amateur league last year and finally entered the first-class league. 2 veteran players successfully moved behind the scenes. Under such circumstances, the team also needs to be reorganized, and a good reorganization requires a core. Zheng Qi became such a good target. According to the previous promise, Bode rushed into the first-class league, and if Zheng Qi also wanted to return, then FIFA had to let him go. Similar to him, there is Zhifei. His club, Fingerliang, also had good luck in the amateur league last year and entered the first-class league. Zhifei and Zheng Qi are both marginal players with low status in FIFA club. Their own strength is not bad, but they don't get the opportunity to stand out in FIFA. In such a situation, even if they get some owners, it doesn't mean much to them. In addition, they have a good relationship with their previous clubs. Under such circumstances, it is of course normal for them to choose to leave. Although it seems very embarrassing to go from a super team to a first-class team, as long as there is space, it is still very good for personal future. If you want to leave, leave. Anyway, we are not without a replacement. Zheng Qi muttered. Chapter 609. Chaos in the South. Liu Xibo had a very bad time during this period. Last season should have been very good for Nanguo. They were a strong contender for the championship for a long time. Although they finally fell to 4th place, 1 place lower than the 3rd place in previous years, the 4th place they got by striving for the championship was much more valuable than the 3rd place that had been hanging at the back and had no hope of winning the championship. However, many fans of Nanguo are still dissatisfied. After all, they were still 1 step short in the end. They could not win 1 or 2 key games, which was unacceptable to them. If only some fans of Nanguo are dissatisfied, there would be no problem. However, now there are some problems within Nanguo. The key lies in Nanguo's tactics. Nanguo used to play offensive tactics, but last year it switched to defensive tactics. Although the effect was good, it greatly reduced the role and importance of the main attackers represented by Sun Fei on the field. Under the temptation of the championship, Sun Fei and others did not make a fuss during the season, but chose to obey the overall situation and the interests of the whole team. If they could win the championship, then everything would be fine. However, in the end, they did not win the championship, and the dissatisfaction of Sun Fei and others would naturally erupt. You know, a god-level player like Sun Fei gets a lot of money from merchants, and not everyone is like Lu Xiaoshan, who still has huge commercial value even if he is not the focus on the field. For example, in Sun Fei's sponsorship income, there are many conditions that require a wonderful performance on the field and some requirements on the data. In the past, Nanguo played offensive tactics. With Sun Fei's level and strength, it was naturally easy to meet these requirements. When Nanguo adopted defensive tactics, Sun Fei's space and importance on the field were discounted. It didn't matter in the short term, but in the long term, his commercial value would naturally decline a lot. Sun Fei is now at the peak of his career. To put it bluntly, it is the time when he can achieve the most results and make the most money. Under such circumstances, Sun Fei will not be happy if his status is weakened suddenly due to tactical reasons. If he can win the championship, he can rely on the overall bonus of the championship to make up for it. Now he can't win it, and he will lose money. Sun Fei is not a saint. So after the end of the season, Sun Fei submitted a fierce statement to the club management, expressing his attitude. He doesn't want the team to play defensive tactics, at least, he doesn't want his status and importance in the team to be reduced. If it still decreases, he will choose to leave and join other teams. Anyway, with his level, he will have a place even if he goes to Tinhe or Changfen. This is of course an angry remark or a threat to the club. Players of his level are generally unwilling to transfer. If they go to a new club, they may not have the same status and exposure, and it is easy to lose their own popularity. After all, no matter how many fans he has, there are many fans of the Southland club. If he leaves, it will be a lose-lose situation for both the Southland club and himself. However, Sun Fei made such a gesture, and the top management of the Southland club certainly needed to think about it carefully. Sun Fei's request was of course contrary to Chen Feng's tactical thinking. In theory, even if Sun Fei was the team's top star, there was still a big gap compared to Chen Feng, an iconic coach who had coached in Southland for more than 10 years. Just like the Manchester United coach Ferguson in the last century, his symbolic significance or status in the club had long exceeded the authority that a head coach could have. Even the top players, if they had a conflict with him, would only leave, not the coach. Whether it was the top popular star Beckham or the veteran captain Roy Keane, after affecting his personal authority and being irreconcilable, it would be the players who left, not the head coach. However, the situation in Suitland was a little special. This pot, if you really want to talk about it, Zheng Qi has to take the blame. After Meng Fifan left the professional league, Zheng Qi persisted for several years, and with the help of Chen Fen, he helped Nanguo stabilize in the ranks of strong teams and often won championships, but he was a little bored in his heart. So after meeting Yi Qingyu and getting married, Zheng Qi, who was a little tired at running the club, gave up his shares in Nanguo and cashed out directly. Although he had previously mastered the power of Nanguo, in fact, his number of shares was not overwhelming. There were at least 5 or 6 major shareholders with similar shares as him, but he was very skilled, had a strong ability to control the club, and had good results, so no one could shake his position. When he let go, the shareholders who took over his shares did not have his prestige or his skills. What would happen when a chaotic world was not suppressed by a powerful boss? Of course, the whole country was in chaos and 6 or 7 shareholders with similar shares began to fight among themselves. In addition, Chen Fen was a staunch descendant of Zheng Qi and was not easily wooed, so it wasn't long before Chen Fen was also driven away. Nanguo fell into chaos. The top management was constantly fighting, and the performance at the first team was naturally greatly affected. The next 10 years was simply a decade that was too painful for Nanguo's fans to look back on. In fact, Nanguo's economy and attractiveness have always been first class, but internal friction has seriously dragged down its combat effectiveness. Nanguo has not won any championship for 10 consecutive years. Even though they can rank among the top in the league every year, it is even more regrettable. How can they still maintain the top 4 or 5 every year with such internal fighting? If there is no internal fighting, how many championships would they have won? Until 10 years later, the top executives who were fighting internally could not do anything to each other, and they also knew that if they continued to fight, no one would be good. This is how a certain degree of compromise and tacit understanding was formed. At the same time, Chen Fen, who had retired and performed well as the head coach, was invited back and given enough power to lead the team. This allowed the Suitland to gradually recover its vitality. In the past 10 years, Chen Fen led the team to win 3 league championships, 4 cup championships, and 2 East Asian championships and world championships. This allowed the Suitland club to stabilize and completely establish its position as a top team. However, before, it was just a compromise and tacit understanding, not a real stability. After the Suitland had been suppressed by other clubs for 6 consecutive years and had not won a championship, Chen Fen's authoritative position in the club began to waver. After all, he could win 3 league championships in the first 8 years, and all the championships added up to double digits, but he didn't win a championship in the next 6 years, which was enough to make the management forget the importance of Chen Fen at the time. What's more, there are so many forces in the management, many of whom support Sun Fei, and many of whom support Zhun. Chen Fen's situation naturally became more difficult. Under such circumstances, how could Liu Shibo, who was a direct descendant of Chen Fen, stay out of it? Moreover, in the season that just ended, under Chen Fen's defensive tactics, Liu Shibo's status was the most prominent. As the core of the defensor, he was more important than Xing Liukan, and his status had a subtle impact on Sun Fei's status. How could he not be targeted? The saying that Chen Fen changed to defensive tactics in order to cultivate his own direct descendants also began to spread. This alone was not enough. Which coach didn't need to cultivate a few direct descendants? However, after the rumor that the defensive tactics had problems at a critical moment, that is, Liu Shibo's level was not good and Chen Fen had to push him hard came out, Chen Fen and Liu Shibo knew that this was aimed at them. For the management of Nanguo, they don't care about reshuffling for a few more years. After all, Nanguo's foundation is here. The foundation built by Zheng Qi was too good. Even if they made trouble, they could not win the championship. Nanguo can't win the championship now, so they might as well make trouble again. Only when a boss emerges will there be some peace. For a while, the internal struggle of Nanguo started again, and it was easy to affect the first-line team. Some were represented by Sun Fei, some were represented by Zhun, some were represented by the newly joined Xing Liukan, and some were represented by other veterans. After a while, Chen Fen and Liu Shibo became the most isolated and helpless people. Chen Fen's temper was not very good to begin with. Although he was relatively tolerant, he respected Meng Fifan very much, and was also affected by Meng Fifan's strong temper. He returned to Nanguo because the management of Nanguo promised to give him enough power space. Now more than 10 years have passed, and the management no longer wants to admit the promise at the time. So why did he keep him? So Chen Feng was furious and submitted his resignation to the board of directors. After pretending to retain him twice, the board of directors agreed to his resignation and began to prepare to choose a new coach to lead the team. The water in Nanguo is getting deep now. You are still young. You should decide for yourself. Chen Feng said to Liu Shibo when he left. Can I still follow you, coach? Liu Shibo asked Chen Feng. He is a youth player of Nanguo, but he was brought up by Chen Feng. He will not forget this. He will not leave Nanguo on his own initiative, but if Nanguo does not want him anymore, how can he stay there shamelessly? Liu Shibo is a very kind person, but that does not mean he is not arrogant. I am a little tired and want to take a break, so try to choose a club that is more beneficial to you. With your strength and current reputation, it will be no problem for you to be a core player in a top 6 club. Chen Feng shook his head. After all, you will encounter many problems in the professional league, just be at peace with yourself. Liu Shibo nodded and watched Chen Feng turn off the holographic call projection and disappear from in front of him. He knew that this was the last lesson Chen Feng taught him. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 610 Young people band together. Liu Shibo knew why Nanguo chose to sacrifice himself. When almost everyone in a team stands on the same side, the person who does not stand on the same side, if he is not strong and has an insignificant status, will be ignored by everyone. If he is strong, has a prominent status and has influence, then he will be kicked out by everyone first. This is the case for him, and it is also that case for Chen Feng. When Chen Feng resigned, the fans of Nanguo were quite excited, but the management remained calm and there was no ripple. If he was abandoned, it would not be more serious. As long as Nanguo had 1 or 2 signings at the time, such an impact would be eliminated. Liu Shibo just felt a little annoyed. He just wanted to play well and show his talents. He didn't want to get involved in those messy things, but everything was not subject to his will. What he didn't know was that Zheng Qi was extremely happy at this time. Wow, ha ha ha, God is really helping me. I was just thinking about how to fill the last vacancy, and Nanguo actually made such a plane. Zheng Qi laughed a little crazy, and Su Jin couldn't help but patted him. Be serious, is it so funny? Zheng Qi laughed. Of course, Liu Shibo is a good player. We have a lot of good players on the back line now, but there is no good player who can organize the entire back line. Once he comes, once Fei Ji comes, our lineup is really complete. Count it, how many God level players do we have now just based on the technical level? Without waiting for Su Jin to answer, he counted on his fingers. I count as 1, Fei Ji 1, Liu Shibo 1, Bin Shikai 1, Yu 1, Zheng Qi 1, Niaohua 1, Zheng Hai also counts as 1. Su Jin added with a smile. TSK, his level doesn't count. Zheng Qi said. But don't forget, Shinryu Fei and Liu Shibo may not be able to come. Su Jin reminded. Don't worry, I'm confident I can handle it. Zheng Qi said confidently. I'll go, your bargaining skills are really too poor. If I were the management of Chengfeng and Nanguo, I would dare to ask you for 5 billion alone, until I squeezed all the cash on hand. Su Jin said. Don't you trust me so much? Zheng Qi said angrily. You don't know how to bargain, I knew it a long time ago. Su Jin smiled. Zheng Qi lost his temper now, because what Su Jin said was right. Compared with Su Jin's business acumen, he was at most a primary school student. Anyway, I know the plan, just wait and see my good news. This was Su Jin's last words. Zheng Qi still believed in Su Jin's negotiation skills. In fact, there were not many talents in the business field in the entire Fifan club. After all, although to some group supported many people, they were all assistants and could not support the kind of talents who controlled the club. Although Zheng Thongli certainly had no shortage of such talents, he had already stated that he would only inject capital and not care about other things, and would never interfere in the club. Therefore, this kind of business negotiation work was mainly done by Su Jin and Lu Li. However, Su Jin and Lu Li were already familiar with this kind of thing. They often conducted business negotiations before, but they had less in the past few years. Now they were back to their old business and they felt very satisfied. Fifan has a lot to negotiate with recently, such as the departure of Qing Chuan, Qing Yizhao and Zifei. Although they all joined the first-class teams, they are different. Zheng Qi can ask for a higher price. After all, Thunder is not short of money, while Qing is out and if they ask for less. After all, Bode and Fingerling have just been promoted from the amateur league. If you ask for too high a price, they simply can't afford it, and it will also chill the players' hearts. As for recruiting players, Zheng Qi is very simple, but Shinranofei and Liu Shibo are very complicated. Shinranofei's problem is that the club may not be willing to let him go, and Liu Shibo's problem is that Liu Shibo may not be willing to come to Fifan. Although Fifan is very famous now, it is still difficult to introduce a new generation of god-level players like Liu Shibo, because they are too famous and there are many good players in the team. Why should they come to you as an ordinary player? I'll communicate with him, Zheng Qi said to Su Jing. Su Jing nodded. In this regard, Zheng Qi was more advantageous than her. After all, he and Liu Shibo had a friendship that was built through fighting. It was easier for men to talk about things when they had such a friendship. Come on, Fifan, Boss Liu. You have so many good players, what's the point of me going there? Why is it meaningless? Are you just an ordinary good player? You were a good player who can organize the defense line. After you go there, our defense line will be upgraded to a higher level. Don't you think it's exciting to join us and then challenge for a 5-time champion? This kind of empty promise, anyone can write it. Boss Liu, you don't believe me. It's not that I don't believe you, with Changfeng and Tinhe supporting you, no matter how good you are, it will be difficult to pass them. Yes, I admit that you have the ability to win the championship, maybe you can win at least 1 championship every year, or 2 championships. After all, Changfeng and Tinhe may not be able to suppress you, but the 5-time champion, without overwhelming strength, it is difficult. Wouldn't it be enough if you came? Me? I have no problem with my confidence, but if I go to your team, it will only strengthen the defense, it won't have much impact on the overall improvement. Really not come in. This is a good opportunity for you, Zheng Qi said at last. I'm not being modest, you should find someone else. Liu Shibo refused thoroughly. Then don't regret it, Zheng Qi said at last. Liu Shibo smiled, but did not answer, and hung up the phone. To be honest, Liu Shibo was very tempted by Zheng Qi's invitation at first, because Fifan's performance last year was indeed outstanding. They did not win any championship in the end because they were inexperienced. In fact, they were only 1 step away from the league championship or the cup championship. With this gap, as long as they had a little more experience and a little better luck, it would not be difficult to win a few championships. This is difficult to do in other clubs. However, after thinking about the personnel composition of Fifan, Liu Shibo gave up the idea of going to Fifan. Fifan now has Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai, who are both core-level god-level players. In addition, they have many good players. If Liu Shibo went there, it would be difficult to guarantee his status. In such a team, winning 1 or 2 championships is not very meaningful. If you really want to be in a team dominated by yourself, winning 1 or 2 championships is the best reflection of your own value. In fact, many top players have such arrogance and self-confidence. It is the mainstream value to be the mouth of a chicken rather than the tail of an ox. However, 2 days later, Liu Shibo took the initiative to call Zheng Qi, and the first thing he said was a swear word. Fuck. Hehe, how about it, Boss Liu, my previous invitation is still valid. Zheng Qi smiled cunningly. How did you do it? Is Shinranofei stupid? Why did he go back to Fifan? Aren't you afraid that others will say that a good horse will not eat grass after it turns back? Liu Shibo asked in shock. Because just now, he saw a piece of news. Fifan Club and Changfeng Club announced at the same time that Fifan Club introduced the god-level player Shinranofei from Changfeng Club at a super high price of 500 million. This price is more than 4 times the transfer price of Ben Shikai last year, and it is also the highest transfer record so far. You know, although 500 million is nothing for a super club, Changfeng can almost earn it back by playing 4 or 5 league games, but when this god-level player basically does not move, it is shocking enough to be able to pay such a sum of money. Moreover, Shinranofei has become very famous in the past 2 years. In the minds of many Changfeng fans, his status is almost the same as Lu Xiaoshan, although most people do not think so. What is more concerning is why Shinranofei wants to transfer to Fifan. In Changfeng, his status is not bad. Except for Lu Xiaoshan, no one can suppress him. If it is for status, he will not go to Fifan, because in Fifan, he cannot be the boss. If he really wants to transfer for his own status, he has better places to go. And the fact that Changfeng Club is willing to let him go is also surprising enough. Last year, Changfeng was only 1 step away from the 5-time champion again. This year should be the time to recruit soldiers and strengthen its strength again. Why did they let go of this guy who is second only to Lu Xiaoshan in importance? Last year, 4 or 5 main players were let go, and this year, the second person was let go. Is Zheng Qi not going to be successful? Of course, this is not the reason that surprised Liu Xibo, but as soon as Shen Ruofei joined Fifan, Liu Xibo realized that the possibility of Fifan winning the 5-time champion was really much greater. Going to Fifan as an ordinary main force and winning 1 or 2 championships is not attractive enough. But going to Fifan as an ordinary main force and winning a 5-time champion is super attractive enough, okay? Anyway, he is here. Now we are strong and powerful, and what we lack is a defensive core like you. How about making history with us? Zheng Qi said with a smile. Make history is something that many people have said, but most of these words can only be heard and cannot be taken seriously. Only talking about dreams without talking about money is playing rogue. But it is obvious that Zheng Qi is not playing rogue. The overall strength of Fifan is indeed very outstanding. Such a level is enough to make many people willing to join them. If Liu Xibo is a veteran god-level player, he may refuse such temptation because he does not want to leave his team, but he is just a new god-level player. The most important thing is that his team has already wanted to give up on him. In such a situation, could he still resist the temptation? Liu Xibo is a very opinionated person. So he quickly replied, okay, I agree to join Fifan. Very good, Boss Liu, we young people will let the old guys know how powerful young people can be when they stick together. Zheng Qi laughed. Chapter 611. Bustling transfer market. Young people stick together. This is indeed the view of many people after the dust settled in the transfer market this year. In the past 3 years, there have been 3 best newcomers in the top league, and they have all become well-deserved god-level players. The first one is Liu Xibo. He played in the Super League last season and soon became the main force of Nangyou. He was selected as the best newcomer of the year. At the same time, after a year of training, he was considered a new generation of god-level players. The second one is Shen Ruofei. He joined Changfeng in the season before last and quickly became the main force of Changfeng. Although Changfeng's performance hit some ups and downs that year, his outstanding performance still quickly conquered everyone. He was hailed as the best newcomer with the best performance and deservedly became a recognized god-level player. The third one is Zheng Qi. In the season that just ended, he also played in the top game for the first time. The selection of newcomers does not look at age, but looks at the season when he first played in the top league. Therefore, although Zheng Qi is in his 20s and is not a newcomer, he has also accumulated experience in the Yamato League and the first-class league before, so he is still eligible to participate in the selection of the best newcomer. After he entered the election, there was no controversy over the best newcomer. Although he did not seem to have a particularly outstanding performance in a season, he always played steadily. In every game, he was able to do very well in terms of data and performance. With such a hard indicator of leading Fifan to 3rd place in the league, no one dared to say that he was not worthy at being the best newcomer. These are the young players who have performed the best in the past 3 years. They have lived up to expectations and become recognized god-level players. Generally speaking, after a few years, they will become the backbone of the league. After top players such as Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's retire or leave, they will become iconic figures in the professional league. But now, these 3 best newcomers in the past 3 years, who were also recognized as the most outstanding young players after Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, have formed a group. This has never happened before. When Li Qing's and Lu Xiaoshan rose successively, they did not think of joining forces and then striving for some owners together. We have common goals, common interests, and common ideas, so we come together. This is the highest manifestation of ideals into reality. I am happy and proud of our common ideas. This is a day worth remembering, a day worth praising, because we are extraordinary. We have joined the extraordinary club, and we will achieve extraordinary achievements, there is no doubt about it. The extraordinary club held a grand press conference. At the venue, Captain Zheng Qi sat on the left with Shen Ruofei and on the right with Liu Xibo, which made him look very proud. After he said this so proudly, the reporters in the audience unexpectedly did not boo him. The 3 on the stage, plus a veteran god-level player, Bin Shikai, plus Su Jin, Zhu, Niao, who performed quite well in Fifan last year, as well as Fu Lady, Zhu Ye, Zheng Qi and a large number of other powerful players. How much has Fifan's strength expanded now? Such a team said it wanted to create new history. Is there anyone who would object? This kind of large-scale grouping was obviously rarely seen in the previous league, but now no one dared to say anything. After all, from the paper point of view, Fifan's composition is still old and young. Although there are as many as 4 God-level players, there are no players in their prime years. Such a grouping does not seem to need to be taken too seriously. However, anyone who knows these 3 young players and Bin Shikai will never think so. Such a combination may not last for a few years, but in the next year, their advantage is indeed quite huge, and it can even be said to be bullying. Of course, such a combination may play super well, or it may not be outstanding because of the incompatibility of their styles. However, just from the paper point of view, FIFA's strength is definitely a step up compared to last year. They left 3 players, but apart from Zheng Qi who was the main player, Zheng Qi and Zifei were relatively substitutes. Although they played a lot, their level was definitely not comparable to top attackers like Shinrao and top defensive players like Liu Shibo. Although Shinrao and Liu Shibo are both core players, and FIFA had 2 core players, would there be any problems with so many core players playing together? This was probably the only key factor that blocked FIFA's progress. Too strong a lineup. I think it's okay. We only have 4 God-level players, and I don't seem to be a God-level player. At most, I'm a quasi-God-level player. 3 God-level players plus 1 quasi-God-level player is a normal configuration for a strong team. Look at Changfen, Lu Xiaoshan, Feng Tu, Wen Xiang, He Jin, Yang Fan, Yao Xin, Li Yang, 7 God-level players, and look at Teen Head, Li Qing's plus his 5 Tigers, and Han Yimin, also 7 God-level players. Zheng Qi said on the stage. Shameless, shameless. Countless reporters cursed in their hearts, can this be the same? Many of the people you listed are considered to be pseudo-God level. To be honest, after Shinrao left, Changfen only had 2 real God-level players, Lu Xiaoshan and Wen Xiang. Among the 5 Tigers of Team Head, only He Li Qiang is the most outstanding, plus Han Yimin. Moreover, Wen Xiang, Li Qing's and He Li Qiang are all auxiliary players. This level of God-level players should be discounted, but if you really want to talk about it, FIFA's lineup is not particularly outrageous. FIFA has now introduced 2 top players. What is the goal for the new season? The reporter began to ask other questions. Of course it is to stay in the league. As a second-year team, although we achieved good results last year, it is normal for a new team to be beaten back to its original form in the second year. What we have to do now is to stabilize our position in the Super League, and then increase our strength bit by bit. Zheng Qi continued to talk nonsense. Now even Shinrao and Liu Shibo couldn't stand it anymore. When the reporter turned to him, Shinrao said in a deep voice, I have only one goal, that is the 5-time champion. Of course, otherwise why would I join FIFA? Liu Shibo said. Hush, you two, don't reveal the top secrets of my team. Zheng Qi said. You'll be in trouble if you turn the press conference into a cross-talk conference. The reporters vomited blood and fled. However, it is undeniable that after Zheng Qi talked about the truth and lies for a while, no one talked about whether FIFA's strength was expanding too fast. However, FIFA's fans seem to have increased a lot. Recently, the number of players who expressed their intention to join the guild has increased sharply, making the bosses of the guild laugh. Introducing top players is a good trick to stimulate the box office, including attracting neutral fans. This is a very common thing. It can be predicted that in the next season of FIFA's games, their home attendance will definitely increase again, and they will be able to be on par with those top teams. Unless their performance is too bad, the revenue from tickets will not decrease. And it is obvious that when a team in a league recruits soldiers and begins to show an extremely strong desire to win the championship, the opponent will of course also show such a level. In fact, if FIFA hadn't shocked the entire league with 2 consecutive big moves, the transfers in the league during this transfer period would actually be very lively. For example, Hong Yuan, the richest among the newly promoted teams, showed strong financial strength. They introduced 7 players in one go, replacing 1/3 of last year's lineup, and bought Xiaobo from Thunder. Although Xiaobo was already notorious in Thunder last year, everyone knew that his level was still not bad, and his problem was that he couldn't be the boss. If Hong Yuan was a team without top players, it might be bad to introduce him, but Hong Yuan had a well-deserved god-level player like Xiong Fei, so of course they could suppress him. In this way, as a newly promoted team, Hong Yuan had a god-level player and a quasi-god-level player, plus average overall strength, and was considered to be a more promising team among the newly promoted teams. Although it is difficult for them to become the next FIFA, they should have no big problems gaining a foothold in the new season. Other strong teams are also strengthening their strength. Last year's theme was to divide up Team's somewhat unrealistically strong lineup, and this year's theme is the big fish eating the small fish, whether it is Changfen, Teen Head, Nanglo, or Shenhua, Qishanfen. Kan Ning, Tianlong, King Kuang, these teams have begun to strengthen their strength. Zheng selected 2 players from the youth team again and sent away 3 veterans. Then, as soon as they made a move, they snatched the veteran player Dixing from Xiu, strengthening their offensive strength. Zheng left Shinrao Fei, so of course they had to fill in an excellent attacker, and Dixing was a well-deserved offensive player. He has been Xiu's signature player in recent years, but this time he was poached by Changfen, which is indeed surprising. But soon, everyone was not surprised. Tinhe also made a move and snatched their captain Yu Peng from Jianmang. Yu Peng is a comprehensive offensive player. Now Tinhe has no shortage of players who can break through the formation or the core of the organization. It just lacks a top player who can do everything in the front court. Yu Peng's joining has made Tinhe make up for its shortcomings. This is also Li Qing's style, not rushing or slow, and making up for the strength bit by bit. After Liu Shbo left, Nanguo did not make much move. They just took 2 powerful players from 2 mid and lower level teams, and then announced that the transfer was completed. They have not yet completed the internal integration, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for them to have any outstanding performance this year. It's not that they don't want to poach people. In fact, they have taken a fancy to Fan Yuan, a sword of Shenhua, and want him and Sun Fei to form an indestructible double arrow. However, Shenhua resolutely rejected Nanguo's poaching. In addition, Fang Yuan was also very happy in Shenhua, so he rejected Nanguo. The transfer market is very lively. Chapter 612. Shout the slogan first. It is undeniable that Changfeng and Tinhe changed their previous styles at the same time and dug their symbolic figures from 2 midstream teams in succession, which was due to the pressure brought by Fifan. Last year, Fifan's performance was extremely eye-catching. In the 38 rounds of the whole season, they occupied the first place in the standings the most rounds, and they finally fell behind Changfeng by only a few points. If it were not for the problem of experience, Changfeng might not be able to win the league championship. In the cup final, they also lost to Changfeng by a small margin. The victory or defeat of that game was entirely a matter of luck. Fifan was just a little bit worse than Changfeng at the critical moment. If the undercovers in Changfeng had let them off a little bit at the time, Changfeng would not have won the cup championship. For such a team, this year they first dug Changfeng and then Nanguo. They dug top young players with core capabilities. What Fifan's goal for the new season is, there is no need for Shinrao Fei and Liu Shbo to leak the secret, and others also know it in their hearts. The opponent is strong, and others cannot stop it, but making themselves strong is something they can do themselves. This is a very, very simple truth. Therefore, Changfeng and Tinhe successively took action and snatched the core players from Jianmang and Xiu, 2 traditional mid-level teams, and they were very targeted. Changfeng increased their ability to break the formation. Although their ability to break the formation was already very strong, it was proved that Lu Xiaoshan could perform better with someone to help him share that burden. Tinhe increased their sense of hierarchy in the attack, so that they could perform better when facing a strong attack. In comparison, the situation in the South Country was much more chaotic. They failed to poach Fan Yuan. In addition to the fact that Shenhua had a similar status to them and Fan Yuan did not want to go to the South Country to be a second in command, another factor was that Fan Yuan and Sun Fei actually had some overlapping characteristics. The two had always been the biggest competitors on the killing list. Now let them cooperate. The South Country did not have such a big face. Can 9 was steadily improving its strength. They did not make any big moves, but just let the newcomers get better opportunities. Can 9, who won the 5th place last year, seemed to have a bigger goal this year. Shenfeng, Shenhua and Tianlong are still digesting the signings they made last year. Their signings last year were important in the first place, and forcing them to sign more would only cause problems. The mid-level teams that were poached began to poach players from the teams below them. In short, during this transfer period, many players who were previously thought to be unlikely to leave the club moved away, and at the same time, many young people were given opportunities. In fact, there were many outstanding young people in the past 3 years, but they were either poached by Fifan in every possible way, or suppressed by Liu Shbo, Shinrao Fei, and Zheng Qi. There is never a lack of talent anywhere, it just depends on whether there is room for talent. Look, as soon as we become awesome, other teams start to take action. We are benefiting the public. Zheng Qi said to Shinrao Fei and Liu Shbo other side. Liu Shbo did not respond, but Shinrao Fei raised his middle finger to Zheng Qi. Brother Fei, don't be like this, we still need to cooperate on the court. Zheng Qi said with a smile. We don't need a good relationship to cooperate with each other. Shinrao Fei said coldly. Well, but I want to remind you that our coach's training is very strict. You have to be mentally prepared. Zheng Qi said. How strict can it be? Liu Xibo said indifferently. His previous coach Chen Fen was known for his strictness and ruthlessness during training, and he, who was trained by Chen Fen, was already accustomed to strict training. After hearing what Zheng Qi said, he couldn't help but look a little dismissive. Zheng Qi didn't say anything, but directly threw a training table over. This is my weekly training content last year. Liu Xibo took it and glanced at it, and then immediately shuddered. You are going to affect the competition. It's fake. Liu Xibo said. What's fake? Every one of us is about the same. Zheng Qi laughed. If you don't train strictly in normal times, how can you win the competition? With the amount of training you have, you can still get third place. Your coach is an undercover, deliberately not wanting you to win the championship. Liu Xibo said in amazement. What are you talking about? We are all young players. If we don't have such strict training, do you think we can improve so quickly? Not every professional player can adapt to character attributes above 800 points. With your character attributes, you can't even be ranked in the top 15 inches our first line team. Zheng Qi said. Your team is really abnormal. Liu Xibo couldn't help but sigh. Are you feeling the pressure now? If you don't perform well during training, I think there will be one less player on the list of God-level players soon. Zheng Qi said. Why? Shinrano Fei rarely made a joke. Because our boss Liu couldn't keep up with the rhythm, his performance was extremely bad, and his playing time was drastically reduced, and he slipped directly out of the list of God-level players. Zheng Qi added. Liu Xibo snorted. Although he knew Zheng Qi was probably talking nonsense, it also made him more vigilant. If he really couldn't become a main player in Fifan, it would be a joke. Although he was very confident in his ability, his character attributes were really nothing compared to Fifan and other perverts. He knew this because he had seen how Fifan and his gang robbed attribute points in Area 108. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get some extra attribute points, his character attribute would not have exceeded 800 points, let alone become a god-level player. There were not many quasi-god-level players in the league who had excellent operating skills but were dragged down by their accounts. Don't listen to him too much. Your level is here. Shinra Fei comforted him with a straight face. Liu Xibo nodded. Coming to a new club, he was inevitably a little nervous. This year, Fifan had 3 out and 3 in personnel changes, but he knew that Shinra Fei was actually of Fifan. Although he had never played a game in Fifan, some of the old Fifan members were very familiar with him. Not to mention Zheng Qi, Li Rui, Zhu Ye, Filadi, Su Jin, Nialiwa, Zheng. These people had a good relationship with Shinra Fei, and it would be easy for him to integrate into the team. Liu Xibo had not seen the other player who joined yet, and he didn't know if he would face the same problem of integration as himself. With this idea in mind, Liu Xibo suffered a serious blow when he met Fifan Club for the first time in the new season. It was Zheng Qi who took them to meet their teammates. When Liu Xibo was still wondering why he didn't see the other player who joined, Zheng Qi said mysteriously to Shinra Fei, "Don't be surprised when you see someone later." "Why should I be surprised?" Shinra Fei said, and he did not show any surprise on his face when he saw the newcomer. "This is our third signing this season. His name is Zheng Qi. You all know him." Zheng Qi pointed to a young man with ordinary appearance and said. Liu Xibo nodded. He had never heard of this person before. Could he be a newcomer? But he looked quite old. Indeed, he was quite old. Zheng Qi was 2 or 3 years older than Zheng Qi. He didn't look like a newcomer. But Liu Xibo knew almost all the players in the professional club and knew them all, but he didn't know who this Zheng Qi was. Could he be from an amateur competition? Liu Xibo thought to himself. However, with Fifan's current fame and appeal, there was no need to select players from the amateur league, right? Shinra Fei just nodded calmly, not surprised at all. Zheng Qi then said, his previous ID was the sea, all water. Liu Xibo almost laughed out loud. Was this kind of weird ID meant to make people laugh? Shouldn't it be a black history? Why did Zheng Qi bring it up seriously? What on earth was he thinking? Then he saw that Shinra Fei, who had always been as cold as snow, suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Zheng Qi in surprise. "Long time no see, Brother Fei." Zheng Qi greeted him with a smile. Shinra Fei suddenly rushed over and grabbed Zheng Qi. "What are you doing, Brother Fei?" Zheng Qi did not resist, but asked with a smile. "Zheng Nialiwa, Zheng Qi." Shinra Fei called out their names one by one. "Beat him up." "Okay." Zheng Qi responded and ran over. Nialiwa clenched her fists and walked over with a smile. Zheng Qi did not move, but looked at him with a grin, and did not mean to stop him. Okay, you can hit me as much as you want, but can you please not hit me in the face? Zheng Qi spread his hands and said. You resisted, how can you enjoy it if you don't resist? Zheng Qi shouted. Do you want to hit the one who started the trouble first? Zheng Qi asked Niuliwa, Shinrano Fei and Zheng Hai. I have no objection. Shinrano Fei replied. What are you guys doing? Li Rui came over curiously. Young man, you don't know that in the game of Era King, the team that swept the world was called ZY Team, and it was composed of the 5 of us. Zheng Qi said proudly. So awesome. Li Rui expressed his admiration. That's how awesome it is. Zheng Qi waved his arms. When the 5 of us were together, we never let any victory slip away from our hands. Now, we're together again, the extraordinary club, and we can't let any victory slip away from our hands. Boss, are you saying that we have to win all the games this season? I support you. Li Rui shouted, waving his fist. Zheng Qi choked and turned to Li Rui. You have a really big appetite. Boss, didn't you say that? Li Rui asked back in confusion. The others burst into laughter. Okay, whatever you want. Zheng Qi waved his hand. It's not impossible to have a perfect victory as a goal, but if we can't achieve this goal, we can still strive for undefeated and 5-time champion. It's not bad to set a higher goal. That's right, let's set a perfect victory goal first. Fiffin's players began to join in the fun. Seeing such a nonsense slogan being shouted out casually, Liu Shibo couldn't help laughing. These guys are really enthusiastic. Chapter 613. A bit of a pain. You scared me at first. I think this training is not very strict, just a little more detailed. A week after the pre-season training camp started, Liu Shibo found Zheng Qi and said to him. In the past week, the training plan arranged by the Fiffin Club has opened his eyes. However, most of these training plans are about details and tactics. Although they are very cumbersome, they are not very tiring. First, I put some pressure on you, and then you find that it is not that difficult. Do you feel more relaxed? Look at how much I take care of you. Zheng Qi replied. Liu Shibo did not answer, but in his heart, he also felt that Zheng Qi might really be such a good person. You think too much. I think he just wanted to scare you at the time. Shinrano Fei suddenly said beside him. TSK, am I the kind of person? Would I bully newcomers? Zheng Qi was disdainful. No, you won't give people a blow. After all, that is a purposeful approach. You are just bored and want to deceive people. Shinrano Fei said. Liu Shibo couldn't help laughing. This was just what Zheng Qi said. But it might be Zheng Qi's habit. He didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to tease you a little bit. I didn't lie to you about the training schedule. We trained so hard last year. Zheng Qi took a sip of the juice in front of him, and then said, this year, we probably have to practice tactics in detail. After all, we want to get good results this year. If we don't keep up with the tactics, you two will get the advantage. Liu Shibo and Shinrano Fei still believe this. If there is really a lot of training, then the performance in the competition will definitely be affected. If you want to get results, you have to avoid such an impact. After Liu Shibo was relieved, in the next 10 days, he and Shinrano Fei finally knew what kind of life Zheng Qi and his team had lived last year. Every day, the extremely heavy individual training is the training content that you have to work hard to complete. Both of them are excellent players, so they adapted to such training content in 2 days. However, soon, their training content increased to a higher level. I said that kid smiled so cunningly before, and asked me to buy juice. It turns out that the trap is here. Liu Shibo cursed. Shinrano Fei did not answer. Liu Shibo cursed him a few times, then turned around and asked him curiously, why don't you curse that bastard? Shinrano Fei still looked cold and said, it's tiring to curse people. Save some energy for training. Liu Shibo closed his mouth and sighed as he went back to rest. The training consists of 3 cycles. The first cycle is 1 week, training tactics and adapting to the atmosphere. The second cycle is 15 days, which is high-intensity personal training, allowing us to concentrate and get used to such overdrafts. The last cycle is 10 days, which is all tactical training. It will be very easy from now on. Zheng Qi comforted Liu Shibo. If I believe you again, I will be a dog. Liu Shibo replied unhappily. Someone actually volunteered to be a dog. Zheng Qi asked back curiously. Liu Shibo wanted to beat him up. However, after enduring another week, Liu Shibo was dumbfounded. The content of the training really began to relax. Just as Zheng Qi said, it changed from focusing on individual training to focusing on overall tactical exercises. Such exercises would be very complicated, but definitely not too tiring. I've told you, why don't you believe it? Zheng Qi said. Captain, please stop talking to me, okay? Liu Shibo decided to give in. That won't work. As the captain, I always have to chat with the newcomers and care about them. Otherwise, how can I show my captain's demeanor? Zheng Qi laughed. They are also newcomers. You should care about them more. Liu Shibo pointed at Shinran Fei and Zheng Hai and decided to divert the trouble. They are very familiar with me, so there is no need to care about them. I decided to put all my attention and care on you. Are you touched? Are you happy? Zheng Qi said with a smile. Liu Shibo wailed and felt that choosing to come to Fifan at the time was the biggest mistake in his career, but he also knew that Fifan's current training content was very planned and targeted. Before the start of the new season, Fifan had a championship to compete for. As the runner-up of last year's cup, they got the opportunity to challenge the double champion Zheng in the Super Cup. Although Fifan did not win a championship last year, they have the opportunity to challenge the 5-time champion this year because they can participate in the Super Cup. So from the beginning, Fifan must use all his strength and fighting spirit, otherwise, their hope of winning the 5-time champion may disappear in the first game. Zheng's strength may have declined compared to last year, but Daixing's joining is enough to make up for the loss caused by Shinran Fei's departure. Maybe they are not as talented as Shinran Fei, and their future development will not be as good as Shinran Fei, but as a standard god-level player, the level he is playing now is definitely not worse than Shinran Fei. Moreover, such an experienced and famous player, as long as there is a suitable position, he can immediately play to the highest level when he goes to Zheng. And Zheng does have his space, that is, the space after Shinran Fei leaves. Of course, this is very disadvantageous to Zheng's overall plan, because in their previous plan, Shinran Fei could be the successor of Lu Xiaoshan, and Shinran Fei himself also showed such a willingness. Although he is now very famous, he is willing to be a supporting role beside Lu Xiaoshan, so that after a few years, when Lu Xiaoshan gets old, Shinran Fei can smoothly take over. Now, after Daixing joined, there is no big problem with the lineup for the time being, but in terms of the continuity of the entire team, it is far worse. Of course, such a long term may only be theoretical, but it is still much worse than before. Shinran Fei is 7 or 8 years younger than Lu Xiaoshan, has enough outstanding strength, and his style is the same as Lu Xiaoshan. At the same time, he is willing to be the second in command beside Lu Xiaoshan. It is really possible that he will not appear again in the future. Obviously, he can continue his hegemony for more than 10 years, but now he has to face an unknown future. The management of Zheng is so depressed. However, Shinran Fei suddenly became determined to leave, just like he was determined to come to Zheng at the time. No matter how many tricks Zheng's management tried, they couldn't persuade him to stay. Otherwise, even if it was 500 million, Zheng's management would laugh and never let go. But it is worth mentioning that during this process, Lu Xiaoshan did not try to save Shinran Fei. If someone is not familiar with Lu Xiaoshan, they must think that Lu Xiaoshan does not want such a successor in the team, but everyone around him knows how much he values Shinran Fei. But no matter how much he values him, Lu Xiaoshan did not take any action to keep Shinran Fei. Now, only when Xiang knows the reason in Zheng, this kid, he really can't rub a little sand in his eyes, but it's true. If he wasn't this character, why would he come to Zheng at the time? He is leaving now, so he must leave. Even if he stays, he can't stay. Why bother to turn against each other? Lu Xiaoshan said to Wen Xiang privately. I'm actually very annoyed about this matter. Wen Xiang rarely showed anger. I'm also annoyed, but I can't do anything. Everyone says I'm the best in the league, but being the best can only work on the court. I know what he wants to do, and I hope he can succeed, but before that, he has to step over me first. Lu Xiaoshan waved his fist and said. Yeah, I think so too. Wen Xiang nodded. But although a few people have been eliminated and a few people have been introduced this year, who knows who else is being controlled? I don't know what will happen to Fifan internally. They should be fine, after all, they have risen too fast, and their personnel are mainly newcomers, so they are not so easy to be bribed. Lu Xiaoshan smiled. It's just that our club is different. Old clubs have little resistance in this regard. After all, there are so many connections. Wen Xiang nodded. Lu Xiaoshan was silent for a while, and suddenly said, I suddenly feel that this matter is a bit painful. Are we going to compete with Fifan for the championship? Wen Xiang smiled without surprise. Yes, I clearly know that what they did is right, but I will try my best to stop him. Li Qing should be the same. I can see something. With his brain, he should have known everything long ago. But if they meet for fun, they will also try their best to stop him. It feels like some stupid TV dramas I have watched. They are all righteous knights, but they fight each other for a little thing, making the villain laugh behind their backs. They have to make things out of control before they join forces to deal with the villain. Isn't this stupid? Lu Xiaoshan said, a little depressed. Our situation is different. Wen Xiang smiled. Yes, if we deliberately let Fifan win the 5 championships in the game, then what is the difference between us and those guys who are behind the scenes? We want to defeat such a dragon, but we can't turn ourselves into a dragon. Lu Xiaoshan sighed. Then what are you depressed about? Wen Xiang laughed. I'm not depressed, I just feel a little annoyed. Lu Xiaoshan waved his hand. Let's go to training. Daixing actually wants to compete with me in IFNSA. Haven't we suffered enough losses before? He came to Changfeng not just to help you, unless you can suppress him. Wen Xiang smiled. Then let him know that I have been able to suppress him for so many years, not because Changfeng's overall strength is better than Xingyu. Of course, before you debuted, Changfeng and Xingyu were almost at the same level. You debuted at the same time as him. Now Changfeng is the best team, and Xingyu is still a mid-level team. You have already demonstrated your ability. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaoshan laughed happily. Chapter 614. The best attacking team. For the audience of the Football Era Professional League, the past season was extremely enjoyable and exciting. The 4 teams in the league competed with each other, and the winner was almost decided in the last round. The China Cup was also a brutal elimination. Under such circumstances, Changfeng was able to persist to the end and won 4 championships, but lost the World Cup championship when it should not have lost the most. All this was so unexpected. Although many people were disappointed that Changfeng did not win the 5 championships, it also created enough suspense. In addition, the turbulent transfer market during this transfer period further stimulated the fans' desire to watch. Therefore, many people have great enthusiasm for this game that kicked off the new season. China Super Cup. Last year's double champion Changfeng played against the runner-up of the cup, Fifan. Although Fifan's performance last year seemed a bit shabby in front of Changfeng, it was at least the runner-up of the cup and the third in the league, which was not too big a gap. In addition, Changfeng and Fifan played a game in the Super Cup last year, which made many people pay close attention to this game. Although Fifan has many good players now, Shen Ruofei and Liu Shibo still lack time to run in. Changfeng's overall level is still very good, so they should have the advantage. Yes, under the leadership of Lu Xiaoshan, Changfeng has never lost to a team other than Team Head in the cup finals. Brother, you remembered it wrong. Fifan won Changfeng once in the China Cup finals 2 years ago. Ah, then Fifan will not be Changfeng's opponent. Fifan should indeed have problems with running in, but if they run in well this year, next year, it will be really terrible. TSK, can such a combination last for a long time? If the results this year are not good, they will fall apart at the beginning of next year. Such a newly formed team can only be put together under certain special conditions. Once problems arise, they will have their own ideas. There is no foundation, so it's like this. Well, you're right, you're indeed a senior fan. In a certain stand, 2 spectators were chatting with each other, and on the field, the players of Fifan and Changfeng had already appeared. It is obvious that both sides attach great importance to this game. Fifan did not hold back in the starting lineup. All the famous players appeared. Zheng Qi, Shen Ruofei, Zheng Qi, Zheng Hai, Niao Liwa, Liu Shibo, Bin Shikai, Su Jin, Li Gerui, Filadi, Bai Senator. This is their absolute main lineup, and the other players are just their substitutes. Changfeng was not to be outdone. Lu Xiaoshan and the newly joined Daixing both appeared, plus Wen Xiang, Feng Tu and others. Except for He Jin, who was waiting for rotation on the bench, the other most outstanding main players also appeared. 5-time champion, I will not give up. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi when shaking hands. During the summer off-season, remember to play in the classical football game on my behalf. Zheng Qi did not give a direct answer, but whispered to Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan smiled slightly. He certainly understood what Zheng Qi meant. The classical football game, the domestic game, was held in July, and that was the time for the East Asian Cup. Zheng Qi asked Lu Xiaoshan to replace him in the Chinese qualifiers for classical football. Isn't that obvious? The one who will participate in the East Asian Cup will be Fifan, not Changfeng. Come and give it a try if you have the ability. Lu Xiaoshan replied. After shaking hands with Zheng Qi, the next person to shake hands was Shinryo. In Changfen, you have always been a little suppressed by me, right? I really want to see what kind of performance you can have in the complete space. Lu Xiaoshan said. It's not that I am suppressed by you. In Changfen, I learned a lot, but now, I have other pursuits. Shinryo looked at Lu Xiaoshan and replied. To be honest, the 2 years in Changfen were very important for Shinryo. With his personality, if he rashly went to a top team, he might have a lot of trouble. After all, it is easy to break if he is strong. In Changfen, with Lu Xiaoshan on top, he actually gave him better room for growth. Of course I know, but if you want to pursue what you want, first of all, you have to step over me. Lu Xiaoshan smiled. I understand. Shinryo nodded. This is probably the difference between us and them. Lu Xiaoshan looked at Shinryo in surprise. This is exactly what he said to Wen Xiang, but he didn't expect Shinryo to say it. In their bones, they are the same people. Let me see how much impact you young people can have on us old guys after you stick together. Lu Xiaoshan laughed heartily, and his laughter surprised his teammates, because Lu Xiaoshan has always maintained a cold personality in public. Such laughter is really rare to hear. When Xiang smiled slightly, she knew that her lover was in a very happy mood at this time. I have to thank you. When Xiang thought to herself. But in this way, you will meet the best Lu Xiaoshan in this game and this season. Lu Xiaoshan who is giving his all. I will also help him well. We will bless you, but we will definitely show stronger strength and fighting spirit. After shaking hands, the players on both sides began to disperse on the field. Random maps gradually refreshed in front of them. Red Cliff. Both sides will fight to the death on the chain ships that are gradually burning. This map is a map with strong randomness. Although it is clearing the field of vision, the random sparks and the not-so-stable chain ships under their feet test the basic skills and overall coordination of both sides. So some people commented that among the 7 most complex maps, the map of the Battle of Red Cliff actually has the lowest threshold, but the height is unfathomable. Let them see how powerful we are. After returning to his own half, Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. The extraordinary players shouted in unison, and their morale was high. Zhu Shan, who was sitting in the coaching seat, also clenched his fists nervously. This season is a huge test at the beginning. If we can't win this game, everything else will be in vain. This will of course bring huge pressure. And such pressure is not only for the extraordinary players, but also for him. He is good at tactical details, but in a game like the Super Cup, the maps appear randomly, so the effect of pre-arrangement is not good, and it depends on the on-the-spot command and arrangement during the game. Luo Qishuan is an excellent tactical master who commands on the spot. It is also a test for him to confront Luo Qishuan head-on. There are as many as 60 million fans watching this game. In addition to the large number of fans of FIFA and Changfen, a considerable number of neutral fans are also very interested in this game. After all, in the past few years, Changfen has only Teen Head to compete with them, and last year FIFA's strong rise has also begun to pose a great threat to Changfen. The impact of such emerging forces on traditional forces has always attracted the most attention. In the Super Cup last year, FIFA lost badly, but then they almost won the championship in the league. They also lost the China Cup final because of luck. In addition, their continuous big moves during this year's transfer period are enough to prove that FIFA now has the ability to confront Changfen head-on. Such a confrontation may mean the end of an era and the emergence of an era. How can it not interest everyone? Although not everyone will come to watch the game, the 60 million spectators are enough to prove the attention of the outside world to this game. In addition, almost everyone chose to watch the live broadcast of this game, and the importance of this Super Cup was immediately raised. In the Super Cup last season, FIFA lost the game without much resistance. In fact, it was not because of their lack of strength, but because they lacked enough experience. After the opponent began to pay attention to them, their performance was much worse. However, the performance in the following season proved that FIFA itself has excellent strength. Now they have begun to mature, and the lack of experience is not enough to affect them. In addition, the newly joined Shinryo and Lieshbo, although they have not won any decent owners, have already possessed the strength to compete for the championship. To be honest, I am very interested in this game. Everyone knows that I have always been interested in FIFA. Although they have spent money to buy a lot of people, they are all young players. Young players mean instability. What kind of achievements can such a team that is likely to continue to be unstable achieve in the new season? I am very curious, and I think everyone should be as curious as I am. Yuan Fei commented with a smile, and his words did resonate with many people. Everyone was very curious about this game. However, no one expected that the climax of this game would come so early. When the two sides met in the center of the field, there was no probing, no evasion, and they directly launched a fierce confrontation. Generally speaking, such a fierce battle will not appear several times in the whole game. After all, it will be very energy-consuming, but in this game, it appeared at the beginning. The two sides confronted each other in the midfield, and both Changfeng and Fifan players showed their excellent operation level and confrontation ability. In such a chaotic confrontation, the coach's tactical dispatch is also very important. Luo Qishuan and Zhu Shan, a famous coach and a rookie coach, their chess pieces are the players on the field. The light and shadow of countless skills shone in the center of the field. The players on both sides risked their lives and rushed hard, showing their best side. This is the most exciting side of the two teams that are best at attacking in this game. Chapter 615. Immediate counterattack. When the smoke of this tragic head-on confrontation gradually dissipated, it was Lu Xiaoshan who finally stood in the center of the field. The high-frequency battle lasted for a full 3 minutes. It seemed a short time, but in such an attack, the physical energy of both sides dropped very quickly. People were constantly sent out, and then people kept filling in. Such an intense 3-minute battle was enough to make many people overdraw. After 3 minutes of tug-of-war in the midfield, Changfeng had the upper hand with great difficulty, gradually suppressing the Fifan half, and Lu Xiaoshan's wonderful assault opened the door to victory for Changfeng. With the assistance of Daixing, Lu Xiaoshan's excellent operation level broke out completely, taking away 3 Fifan players with residual blood in a row, causing a big flaw in Fifan's defense line, and then went straight in, and still sent the ball into Fifan's door despite Zheng Qi's interference, and Changfeng scored the first goal. The Changfeng fans in the stand cheered wildly. They loved to see this scene, their captain, their core, their soul, in such a tough confrontation, tore through the opponent's defense and broke the deadlock. Lu Xiaoshan celebrated domineeringly, and then walked back. However, he complained to Wen Xiang in private chat. Damn, these guys are really difficult to deal with. I just took a risk, otherwise I really couldn't find any chance. No goal is easy to get. Wen Xiang smiled. Lu Xiaoshan is obviously stimulated. We can't lose to them, Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Shinryu Fei did not answer, but everyone knew that he would never watch the other party arrogant in front of him and remain indifferent, even if the opponent was Lu Xiaoshan. Although Shinryu Fei had just joined Fifan, many Fifan players were familiar with him, whether they'd fought side by side in District 108 or had been opponents in the professional league. Zheng Qi stood beside Shinryu Fei, feeling quite excited. He is about the same age as Shinryu Fei, but when Shinryu Fei was performing well in Changfeng, he was just an ordinary young player. In this case, Shinryu Fei's performance in Changfeng made him admire him very much. Now, he can fight side by side with Shinryu Fei, which also makes Zheng Qi excited. Boss Shin, how do you attack later? I'll follow you, Zheng Qi said in a somewhat inarticulate manner. Shinryu Fei turned his head and looked at him, which made Zheng Qi even more nervous. Just follow me. At this time, Shinryu Fei's cold voice came, which made Zheng Qi feel more at ease. Yes, what should I worry about? Just follow Shinryu Fei to attack. Besides, even if there are any mistakes, the coach will command in the team channel, so I don't have to think too much, just follow. The power of role models, or the power of idols, that is infinite. Shinryu Fei is Zheng Qi's idol, and Zhu Shan is the former head coach of Kangkong. For a long time, Zheng Qi was also proud to be able to play under Zhu Shan's command. So what's the problem? The game started again. In the eyes of many people, after such a difficult and fierce battle, Fifan should be greatly affected after falling behind by 1 goal. After all, they are still a patchwork team. The players are too young, and there are not many old players to support them. The tacit understanding between them is not particularly high. Many people ignore the composition of Fifan. Most of them have actually been playing together for more than 3 years. They just subconsciously think that Fifan is a second-year team, and several outstanding players have just joined. In fact, Fifan's overall tacit understanding and ability to withstand pressure are definitely not much worse than any mature team. In this case, although they are behind, they will not really suffer too much. Their counterattack is more fierce than many people imagine. Lu Xiaoshan is mentally prepared for this, but the other players of Changfeng may not be mentally prepared. Because the Fifan they met last year did not have such a strong ability. This is the biggest change in Fifan this year. Because they have an extra strong breaker, their counterattacks are often more direct. This is brought by Shinryu Fei. He was originally a strong attacker, and he has grown enough in the past 2 years in Changfeng. Now, he showed an extremely outstanding state as soon as he made a move. Lu Xiaoshan immediately went to meet him. He knew that with Shinryu Fei's ability to confront head-on, ordinary people really couldn't stand it. "Let me go, Captain," Daixing said in the team channel at this time. Lu Xiaoshan thought about it and didn't answer. Instead, he slowed down his speed to meet him. Daixing was overjoyed and rushed up immediately. Daixing is a god-level player who plays properly, so his level is naturally good. In fact, even Lu Xiaoshan's operating level does not have an overwhelming advantage compared to god-level players like Daixing. None of the top attackers of each team are easy to deal with. For example, Sun Fei, Daixing, Fang Yuan and others, their performance on the field and overall data are not much different from Lu Xiaoshan, and they all represent the highest level in the league. Daixing certainly has enough confidence. He is playing well now, his operation level, physical condition and desire to win are at their peak. Although he also knows that Shinryu Fei is an excellent player, however, god-level player. Even if you are both god-level players, you're a newcomer, you are still a little green. He went forward to face Shinryu Fei. Both of them are offensive players, and the hero cards they use are naturally similar. Some offensive heroes are what they are used to. When Daixing rushed forward, he used the Chanyachun hero card, and used it with a wave of his spear. Shinryu Fei was also not polite to him. A white light flashed on his body, and the first move he made was Zheng Qi's ultimate move. Thousands of chariots and horses avoid white robes. It is not a rare thing to use the ultimate move as soon as you make contact. The main reason is that Daixing did not expect that Shinryu Fei would dare to do this when facing him, because unlike other skills that can be cancelled and switched at any time, the ultimate move must be used up once it is used, and the cooling time is long. If it is used, it is easy to be wasted. Generally speaking, when using a big move in a game, it is when you have already occupied a favorable terrain and want to take away the opponent in a short time. At this time, the explosive power and performance of the big move can bring great benefits. Using a big move as soon as you make contact is certainly a good start, but it makes your operation rigid, but Shinryu Fei used it like this. Daixing could only cancel his skills, take 2 steps back, and then try to counterattack. Shinryu Fei cut in so hard, regardless of the attacks of other Changfeng players around him, and chased Daixing directly. This approach undoubtedly exposed his weak points on both sides to the opponent's firepower. Zheng Qi quickly knew what he should do. He followed Shinryu Fei closely, and blocked the attacks from both wings one by one. If he couldn't block them with skills, he would use his body to block them. In short, he had to escort Shinryu Fei. Because Shinryu Fei told him to follow him closely. Of course, it was not only him who followed, Zheng Qi also followed closely, otherwise it would be difficult for Zheng Qi to protect Shinryu Fei's 2 wings and the back. With Shinryu Fei as the spearhead, Fifan quickly cut into Changfeng's formation. This is the biggest change for Fifan. Their defense was also excellent before, but they lacked the weapon that could tear open the opponent's defense. Now with Shinryu Fei, their style of play can be simpler and more direct. Oh, beautiful. Liu Shibo's key interception was so beautiful. Under his command, Zhu Yi and Fu Lei blocked Changfeng's counter-attack, allowing Shinryu Fei and others to continue to cut in. Yuan Fei shouted loudly. It was obvious that Fifan showed a completely different place from last season in this offense. Fifan was good overall last season, so their victory was more dependent on the overall grinding with the opponent, and then Binship Kaiyang seized an opportunity to create opportunities, and every ball was a ball. Although this style of play is also very good and safe, it is a bit tiring to play, and their game is not very good. Now that they have these 2 top players, they can be more direct in their attack. This can save them a lot of energy, and they don't have to give up their previous patient attack, but it will be more threatening. Only being able to attack directly or being able to attack patiently will not be too threatening, but if a team wants to attack directly, they will attack directly, and if they want to attack patiently, they will attack patiently. That would be terrible. What's more, they may be able to do it when you think he is going to go directly, he is patient, and when you think he is going to be patient and slowly advance, he suddenly speeds up and attacks directly. Just thinking about it, Yuan Fei feels excited. What kind of glory will such a team create? Zheng Qi, Shinryu Fei, Liu Shibo, Binship Kaiyang, these 4 core-level god-level players are in the same team, and they can work together to play their roles on the court. What kind of achievements can they achieve? This is such a scene that people look forward to. On the court, Fifan's fierce and fearless attack quickly tore through Cheng Feng's defenser. This point was irreversible after Shen Ruofei successfully cut in. Zheng Qi's large-scale skills paved the way. Shen Ruofei led the way and cut Cheng Feng's defenser in half. Zheng Qi followed up and scored a goal. 1 minute after Cheng Feng took the lead, Fifan successfully equalized the score. When the score on the field was rewritten, the whole stadium was filled with the crazy shouts of Fifan's fans. Chapter 616. No longer slipping away for the fans at Fifan, they are now extremely happy, almost crazy. The mentality of Fifan fans is actually very interesting. The interesting thing is that when they first liked Fifan, they didn't think that Fifan could achieve such brilliant achievements. It was only because Fifan's games always brought surprises that they began to like Fifan. This is very obvious. In the league last season, Fifan once performed very well, which brought them even greater surprises, so even if Fifan didn't win any championship in the end, they didn't have much opinion. But such ups and downs can really solidify the morale of the entire team. Under such circumstances, the expectations of Fifan fans for Fifan have actually increased a lot. And in the transfer period before the start of this season, Fifan's big moves made such expectations even higher. We have so many top players, aren't we the best team now? The best team, of course, must strive for the highest honor. What is the highest honor? It is the 5-time champion. If you want to win the 5-time champion, you can't miss this Super Cup game. Under such circumstances, the fans of Fifan showed great enthusiasm. They expect Fifan to win this game and win this championship. However, after the game started, they were hit hard. In such a fierce confrontation and competition, Cheng Feng still scored the first goal. This reminded them of last season, when Cheng Feng did not show overwhelming strength in many cases, but in the end they still won the league championship. In the China Cup final, they did not have the upper hand when facing Fifan, but in the end they still won. What is the temperament of a strong team? This is the temperament of a strong team. They may not play well, but they can win. This made them start to worry. Although they believe in Fifan's level, they will inevitably appear to be a little lacking in confidence when facing Cheng Feng. Of course, this is not only their psychology, but also the psychology of many fans. Even teen-head fans will appear to be a little lacking in confidence when they see their team against Fifan. But their team quickly equalized the score 1 minute later. They were still so tough and so relieved. This made all their previous uneasiness, at this moment, all turned into a surging joy, filling their hearts. Our Fifan is the strongest team. In a box, a Fifan fan shouted wildly. Although the box has a soundproof effect, when everyone in the box starts to shout wildly, it will undoubtedly affect other people around them. Fifan's fans' shouts began to get more enthusiastic. On the court, Zheng Qi hugged Shen Ruofei excitedly, and returned to his half with excitement. Be careful next time, we have proved that we are not inferior to Cheng Feng at all, and next, we have to win this game to prove our level. Zhu Shan shouted in the team channel. The previous fight was actually a test. However, for Fifan and Cheng Feng, who have strong offensive capabilities, such a test, if the other party cannot resist, then they will take advantage of the situation to flatten the other party. Since now it is found that they can't flatten the other party, they can only attack each other more cautiously. Cautious attack. That's what Fifan is good at. Sure enough, the next moment, the two sides began a cautious confrontation on the court. In the midfield, the two sides did not give in and continued to attack each other, but there was no such desperate attack just now, but they continued to fight in every corner. If the attack just now was a contest between two external martial arts masters, with both sides fighting with fists and feet in an extremely gorgeous manner, then now it is a contest between two internal martial arts masters. Both sides move slowly, and each move seems to require a lot of strength. It doesn't look lively at all, but the danger inside is even more terrifying. The players of Cheng Feng are more experienced, but they are not good at this kind of attack. The players of Fifan are used to this kind of attack, but they are younger and more likely to lose their temper. Both sides have their own advantages and disadvantages. Under such circumstances, the next part of the game began to fall into a stalemate. Players from both sides were constantly sent off the field. However, when there were fewer people on the field, the lacking side would temporarily give up space to exchange time, giving teammates to return to the field to create opportunities, and then continue to grab their own positions. The fight between you and me was very lively, but it was difficult to make substantial progress. The fans in the stands were not in a hurry. This was the norm on a map like Chibai. When both sides performed similarly and did not reveal any flaws or mistakes, the changes on the field were the best opportunity to test the foundation of both sides. Because the field would always change, the random flames and the randomly flipped ground would have a huge impact on the game itself. In such a situation, whoever could better grasp the opponent's mistakes caused by the environmental changes would have a better chance of winning. There would be fewer such changes in the first half, but in the second half, such changes would become more and more frequent, thus determining the outcome of the entire game. The random changes depended on the luck of both sides, and on the basic skills and personal qualities of both sides. Those with excellent qualities could well make up for the impact of the unfavorable terrain, while those with average qualities could easily make irreparable mistakes. At this point, FIFA undoubtedly had the upper hand. Although in terms of operation level, not everyone in FIFA was excellent. At least, except for the main players such as Zheng Qi, the operation level of others could only be considered average among professional players. Compared with the well-trained Chengfeng players, they still had a certain gap. However, such a gap was not decisive, at least they would not be easily defeated by the opponent. After all, although many of FIFA's players came from amateur teams, many came from youth teams, or they worked hard to get to where they are, there is a certain gap between them and those talented professional players, but the gap is not very obvious. Their advantage in character attributes is more obvious. After all, no matter how outstanding Chengfeng is, he can't just create a god-level account. In fact, except for 6 or 7 accounts with more than 800 attribute points in their team, the attribute points of others are basically between 720 and 780, which is also the average level in the top league. To really create an account with 800 points, you can't do it without luck, and a team can't just look at the account when selecting players, but also look at their operation level and the degree of fit with teammates. So when the second half started, FIFA began to gradually gain the upper hand. The emergence of flames and the flipping of the boats under their feet were completely random. At this time, it depends on the individual operation level of the players. The main players of both sides have no problem in this regard, but the game is not played by the main players alone. When the main players are resting or leaving the field, it is very important for the substitutes to take over. When the substitutes take over, how they perform in such random situations can often determine the direction of the game. The players of Chengfeng are naturally very experienced, but in terms of specific map experience, the FIFA players are not bad at all. Even in the amateur league and the first-class league, they often focus on using complex maps to train the team, so in other aspects of the game experience, the FIFA players may still be a little short, but when facing complex terrain, their experience is not inferior to any other players. Under such circumstances, the balance of victory and defeat began to gradually tilt towards FIFA. Shortly after the start of the second half, it was by seizing the mistakes of the two substitute players of Chengfeng that FIFA gained the advantage on the field. Bin Shikai keenly seized the flaws in Chengfeng's formation and started a big counter-attack. First, Shen Ruofei led his teammates to break through the opponent's defense line. Then, Zheng Qi, who came on the court in the middle, used an accurate attack to defeat the opponent's defense lineup again when Chengfeng barely stabilized his position. Although Zheng Qi was quickly killed and left the court under Lu Xiaoshen's counter-attack, he also took away 3 Chengfeng players before leaving the court. FIFA's 8 players on the court dealt with 3 Chengfeng players. After occupying an absolute advantage, they successfully scored the second goal. FIFA finally took the lead after falling behind at the beginning. "We're lucky," Zheng Qi said to Zhu Shan happily. Zhu Shan nodded. Indeed, if it was another map, FIFA might not be able to take the lead so naturally. After all, although FIFA's overall performance is excellent now, the doubts of the media are real. Liu Xibo and Shen Ruofei, 2 young players who are capable of serving as the core, have fully exerted their level after joining a team that already has 2 cores. FIFA still has a long way to go. If it were another complex map, FIFA would make some mistakes that might be caught by the opponent during the tactical switching and mutual understanding. However, the complex map of Chibai, which has a high upper limit and a low lower limit, can fully bring out FIFA's advantages, and their disadvantages will not be very obvious. If it were not for such a map, in a stalemate, FIFA would still have a great chance of losing to a top team like Chengfeng. And now, they have taken the advantage, and such an advantage will not slip away from them easily. Focus, don't forget how we let the championship slip away from us last season. You can't relax until the end of a game, and you can't relax until the end of a season. Do you understand? Zhu Shan said to everyone in the team channel. Understood. FIFA's players answered in unison. They will never let victory and the championship slip away from them again. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 617. The extraordinary era that is coming. Zhu Shan's victory declaration seemed a little premature. After all, when Fifan took the lead, only a dozen minutes of the second half had passed. For a game, in the remaining half an hour, not to mention a one-goal advantage, even a three-goal advantage could disappear. It's just that Zhu Shan was talking about the general trend, not the specifics. Even if the general trend is dominant, it is necessary to make unremitting efforts in specific details to truly transform the advantage into a winning advantage. If you have an advantage, you'll definitely win, and there will be no examples of the weak defeating the strong. This is true whether it is a game or a person, or even a competition between countries. After taking the lead, Fifan did not relax, but continued to fight with the opponent in the midfield. Now Fifan is facing Changfen. What they can really take advantage of is that their players' personal attributes are better than Changfen, and the main core players are not inferior to Changfen. This is where they really have an advantage. So they actually adopted their usual tactics, not giving up an inch in the midfield, and desperately wasting energy and ability with Changfen. Their players have high attribute points and a lot of accumulated physical energy, which makes them very tolerant in the game. Even if they hurt others with their own strength, they can afford it. This style of play is obviously very rogue, but the more rogue the tactics are, the more effective they are. Such tactics may not sound good, but no one cares. You must know that Fifan is just a tactical rogue, but in their details and specific operations, they have shown a very high level. Otherwise, how can Changfen's top players be helpless? Of course, they will not be completely helpless. As the strongest team in recent years, although Changfen has begun to decline from its peak 2 years ago, the so-called prosperity must decline. The previous season was their strongest time, but such a strong lineup could not last too long. In the last season, they began to lose talents until now. But the centipede is still alive, and Changfen is far from going downhill. Their level is still quite outstanding. More importantly, they still have Lu Xiaoshan, who is at his peak and has not declined at all. Players of this level, unless they decline very badly, can bring great help to the whole team even if he is alone. What happened next proved this point. In the stalemate between the two sides, Lu Xiaoshan's outburst allowed Changfen to occupy the advantage in the midfield. With the assistance of Wen Xiang, two Changfen players attacked and attracted the attention of most of Fifan. At this time, Lu Xiaoshan broke out and took away 3 Fifan players in succession. Changfen began to take the initiative in the midfield. After taking such an initiative, they immediately firmly grasped this initiative in their own hands, steadily, and advanced step by step. Whenever Fifan wanted to seize the opportunity to counter-attack, Lu Xiaoshan would immediately appear in front of them and forcefully suppress the momentum of this counter-attack. Until they suppressed it in front of Fifan's door, Changfen's players began to attack more actively, and finally successfully broke through Fifan's door and tied the score. In this goal, Lu Xiaoshan's top player level was fully demonstrated. It was because of his continuous wonderful performance that Changfen was able to score such a wonderful goal. Under unfavorable circumstances, Lu Xiaoshan equalized the score for Changfen. Such a goal may bring new changes to the situation of the entire game. Amid the commentators shouting, Zhu Shan promptly stabilized the team's emotions in the team channel. Don't worry, Lu Xiaoshan can't often have such a performance. Steady, take the lead again. Now the important thing is not to rush. The coach directed this game very frequently. Li Rui couldn't help but mutter. Yes, the coach didn't direct so frequently last year. Wang Yuanfeng nodded beside him. They were just chatting casually and didn't think deeply. Zheng Qi just smiled after listening. He naturally knew it well, but he didn't say much. Shen Ruofei, on the other hand, was thoughtful after listening. After the game resumed, Shen Ruofei also began to show his top level. It seemed that Lu Xiaoshan's performance gave him enough stimulation. He began to attack more actively and bravely, taking the lead. This is actually his usual style, but before he could not control his operation and was easily out of touch with the team. Now, he can maintain his brave attack ability while keeping in touch with his teammates at any time. The level he can show is obviously much better. Faced with such an impact, even Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help but have the urge to smile bigly. Shinranofei's ability to maintain his impact and not be out of touch with his teammates was trained in Changfen. Now he uses this ability to play Changfen. Even if Lu Xiaoxin is so open-minded, it is hard to understand. However, this kind of thing is not uncommon in professional leagues. The players you have worked hard to train, after the transfer, perform well in the game against you. This kind of thing can be said to happen almost every day. If you get angry about this, you can just not pass it and get angry to death. Lu Xiaoxin went up and resisted Shinranofei's fierce attack. However, Bin Shikai took advantage of the situation and launched an attack. Zheng Qi assisted him, and Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen followed up in time. All of a sudden, several of Fifen's offensive players completed a fierce counter-attack almost instantly. Under Wen Xiang's command, Changfeng's players launched a tenacious defense, but Fifen's current attack was not over after one wave. Once this attack did not have a good enough effect, they would immediately retreat and wait for the next opportunity, just like the waves hitting the shore. It seemed that the force was not great every time, but it was endless. Luo Qishuan instructed one command after another in the team channel, and then continued to resist Fifen's tidal offensive. However, he also knew in his heart that such resistance had a very low tolerance rate. Although Changfeng's players were all experienced and excellent, they were not robots. They would make mistakes on the court. But at this time, he had no good way, so he could only continue to hold on and see if Fifen could not hold on first. However, Fifen did not give him such an opportunity. The four well-deserved God-level players sometimes played together, and sometimes took turns to play. But the headache was that even if they didn't have many players, Fifen still had a large number of quasi-God-level players, which allowed them to always maintain enough pressure. Last season, although each player of Fifen had the attribute points of a God-level player, the only two players who really hit top-level combat power was Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai. If any of them were not there, the pressure that Fifen could create would be a little insufficient, and the opponent would have a chance to breathe and counter-attack. But now, even if Fifen took turns to attack, a strong team like Changfen would need to put out enough energy to withstand their attack. With the leadership of outstanding players, Fifen's strong foundation could be regarded as a thorough display of their strength. After entangled for more than 10 minutes, Fifen took the lead again. Shinranofei, who took the lead, forcibly took Lu Xiaoxin away. Although Daixing was still struggling on the court, he was a new player after all. In this case, the strength he could exert was only his own strength. It was still difficult for him to lead his teammates. Shinranofei actually had this situation, but with Zheng Qi and others behind him, Shinranofei could just be a chess piece charging into battle. As long as he played his due role on the court, that was enough. Using Shinranofei to replace Lu Xiaoxin was of course a very worthwhile thing for Fifen. Taking advantage of the opponent's Lu Xiaoxin not being on the court, Fifen launched an explosive attack and finally killed most of the Changfen players, and then took the lead again. After this lead, Fifen finally firmly grasped the opportunity of victory in his own hands. Changfen did not want to surrender. They launched a series of counter-attacks, and Fifen played steadily, constantly blocking Fifen's attacks, and expanding his lead bit by bit. When the game reached the final stage, Changfen launched a more crazy counter-attack, but under the leadership and command of Liu Shbo, Fifen stubbornly withstood the opponent's counter-attack and maintained the score of 3-2 until the end of the game. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, the Fifen fans in the stand cheered loudly. 3-2. In this classic match, Fifen defeated Changfen with a score of 3-2 and won the first championship of this season. More importantly, after winning the Super Cup, Fifen will also be qualified to participate in the East Asian Cup in the summer. This is the first time in the 6 years since Lu Xiaoxin rose that Changfen and Tin have not participated in the East Asian Cup. This may be good news for those East Asian clubs that were suppressed by Changfen and Tin in the East Asian Cup, but it is even more great news for Fifen's fans. Zheng Qi waved his fist vigorously. He didn't care much about winning or losing in the past, although he also liked winning more. He wouldn't be particularly excited even after winning an important championship. Because the game is the most important to him, and winning is just a byproduct. But now, he has an extremely excited mood. Because this victory allowed him to take a solid step towards his goal of winning the 5 championships. Without this step, the 5 championships are just empty talk, and Fifen's team will lose their goals in advance before the new season begins. Now such concerns no longer exist, and an extraordinary era is about to come. Chapter 618 Serious Consequences. Liu Shbo also waved his fist. 5-time champion, this is the goal that every confident young player has before becoming a professional player. However, after entering the professional arena, almost everyone will be down to earth due to the cruel reality. Knowing about the 5-time champion is just a thought. Among the players of a generation, except for a few top players who are qualified to dream of the 5-time champion, others have almost no chance. Liu Xibo certainly has such a dream, and his Nangua also has such ability. Even if he faces the two big mountains of Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's, it can't extinguish his passion. But what Liu Xibo didn't expect is that to fulfill such a dream, he can only achieve it through Fifan. He came to Fifan. It can be said that he came for the 5-time champion, and now he finally got one, proving that his choice at the time was not wrong. How can Liu Xibo not be happy? After all, he chose to come to Fifan at the time, and he also endured a lot of pressure. For professional players, especially God-level players, the saying of holding thighs is not very good to spread, especially if he still fails to hold thighs and win the championship. It will become a laughingstock. There have been examples like this before. A captain or core player of a team who performed well when they were young, but never won the championship. When the professional season was about to end, they chose to join a strong team for the championship, but they still failed to win the championship and had to retire sadly. Such situations are not uncommon in professional leagues in the football era or in some classical competitive sports in the past. These famous players are often ridiculed for a long time. Although other professional players understand their feelings, they still cannot change this view. Cruelly speaking, competitive games are ultimately for themselves. Winning a championship is so important that many players would rather sacrifice everything to win a championship. Such an idea is beyond reproach. Liu Xibo was glad that he did not choose the wrong direction, while Shen Renofei was shaking hands with Lu Xiaoshan. Good performance. Lu Xiaoshan said to Shen Renofei, but I won't congratulate you. Shen Renofei nodded. If he had to leave Changfen, the one he felt most sorry for was Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan fully demonstrated the demeanor and heart of a top-level general, and took good care of him. If that hadn't happened, Shen Renofei would have stayed in Changfen and replaced Lu Xiaoshan as the core player of Changfen. This would have been Shen Renofei's best future. Shen Renofei had thought so before, but he could never say no to the future. If you want to win the 5-time championship, this is just the first step. I won't give up on the league and cup. We will stop you the same way you stopped us before. Lu Xiaoshan patted Shen Renofei on the shoulder and said, wait for something powerful. Boss Lu, if you put it that way, we are now in the upper hand. Zheng Qi came out from the side and said, whatever you say, you are the most cunning kid. Lu Xiaoshan didn't want to pay attention to him, and turned around and wanted to leave. But Zheng Qi held him tightly. What are you doing? You're pulling me. Let go. My wife is here. Lu Xiaoshan said. Don't go. Do you still keep your promise? Zheng Qi refused to let go. What did you say? I don't remember. Lu Xiaoshan said. Don't forget a man's promise. Zheng Qi said. What promise? I don't remember making any promise to you. Lu Xiaoshan said with a straight face. Let's go to the East Asian Cup. You help me with the Overlord team. Zheng Qi said. Lu Xiaoshan was silent for a moment, then shook off Zheng Qi's hand and turned away. This guy is also not clear. Anyway, if Overlord and the others blame me, I will put the blame on him. Zheng Qi turned to Su Jing and said. Lu Xiaoshan almost stumbled after hearing this. For the fans of both sides in the stands, the mood at this moment was one in the sky and one in the ground. But for the reporters and media, the result of this game made them ecstatic. For the first time in 6 years, the Super Cup was no longer monopolized by Changfeng and Tinhe. You should know that in these 6 years, Changfeng and Tinhe have only been captains 3 times. The other 3 times were when Changfeng or Tinhe faced off against the champions of the Cup, and they eventually won and maintained their status as a strong team. Fifan also lost the game in the Super Cup last year, but what about now? Fifan defeated Changfeng. For the first time in 6 years, it was not Changfeng and Tinhe who entered the East Asian Cup. How big is this news? So big that people are so excited that they tremble all over when they think about it. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated, but in fact, for everyone, except for the fans of Changfeng and Tinhe who were a little disappointed, other neutral fans are more happy to see such a result. After all, no matter how good Changfeng and Tinhe are, it is not fun to watch them perform together all the time. But now, it is different. So there were a lot of reporters at the press conference after the game. Fifan created a miracle. A reporter opened his speech like this, but was immediately interrupted by Zheng Qi. A miracle? I don't think it's a miracle. It's not like we haven't won against Changfeng before. We won this game with some difficulty, but it's not surprising. Zheng Qi said. No need to be surprised. Fifan is a strong team now, but victory and defeat are commonplace. In the next league, Zheng Qi's goal will not change at all. The championship is Zheng Qi's only pursuit. Lu Xiaoshan said beside him. But this year, only Fifan is qualified to pursue the 5-time champion. Zheng Qi laughed. Qualification is just qualification. We will work hard to get it back next year. Lu Xiaoshan said calmly. Without waiting for the reporters to ask questions or provoke, Fifan and Zheng Qi's captains started to fight openly and covertly, which made the reporters very excited. Zheng Qi, who was known for his bad mouth, and Lu Xiaoshan, who was known for his coldness, quarreled at the press conference. Will they fight directly? It's really exciting, you know, this is not a real press conference. The press conferences of football era are all held in the game. It's common for players with bad tempers to fight over a disagreement. What will happen if Zheng Qi fights against Lu Xiaoshan, the first player in football era? This is a question that many people are thinking about. Although Zheng Qi has only played one season in the top league, and his style rarely fights people head-on, he did everything in last year's league, including charging head-on, and showed an extremely outstanding level. It is precisely because of his almost omnipotent characteristics that he has become a well-deserved God-level player after one season. Whether it is retreating to defend, attacking head-on, assisting teammates, he has done it all, and he has done it at a very high level. So many people are wondering, when Zheng Qi gives full play, can he compete with Lu Xiaoshan, who is recognized as the strongest offensive player? But in professional competitions, no one cares about symbols. Being able to perform best in the overall game is the most critical factor. Now, at the press conference, if the two captains fight, we will definitely not stop them from fighting, but we can also help to stop those who want to stop the fight. Of course, it is very vulgar for the reporters to think like this, but it is obvious that Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan have no desire to fight one-on-one. They have already discussed this kind of thing many times in private, and they don't have this special hobby to fight again in public to show off. So after a few words of verbal battle, they didn't continue to talk, but waited for the reporters to ask questions. The reporters who were imagining what Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan would do after the fight didn't react for a while, and there was a cold atmosphere in the venue. It seems that everyone has no questions to ask. I still have to train, I'm leaving first. Lu Xiaoshan stood up and said coldly. I think there is no problem, I'm leaving too. Zheng Qi also stood up and said. Both of them moved very quickly, and the coaches of both sides also moved very quickly. After 1 or 2 seconds, all the players and coaches who attended the press conference on both sides left the scene. The reporters vaguely saw that they all used hero skills to run away when they left one by one. Isn't this too exaggerated? When the reporters came to their senses, they were the only ones left at the press conference. According to the rules and regulations of the league organizing committee, after the game, the head coaches and captains of both sides must attend a press conference, and they must answer enough questions before they can choose to leave. However, Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi now found a good reason, that is, the reporters have no questions. In this case, the players can take the initiative to leave, and they can't just sit here. The reporters are going crazy. After such a meaningful game, they only got a few words, and the captains and coaches of both sides ran away. What should they do? However, they have no way. Zheng Qi and the others came completely according to the regulations. If you don't ask questions yourself, you can't blame them. So they can only pack up their things helplessly and go back to rack their brains to describe this game. Fortunately, the game itself brought enough information, so they didn't have to worry about not having anything good to write about. It was just that they were unable to dig out some explosive news from the captains of both teams, which led to a serious consequence. That is, in the reports about this game, almost everyone talked about the things that everyone knew, and did not say anything extra. According to statistics, the subscription rate of various reports after this game dropped by 10 percentage points compared to other times. For various media, it was already a serious loss. And all of this was brought by Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Chapter 619 Internal and External. It's a long journey. We have completed the first step, but there are still many games to come. Let me just do some calculations. There are 38 league games, and to win the cup, there are 6 games. We are the runner-up in the cup, so we don't have to play in the qualifiers. As for the East Asian Cup, I don't know how many games we will play, but there are more than 50 countries and regions, and we have to play 6 or 7 games in the knockout stage. Add in the 5 cup games, and it's more than 50 games. Our goal is to win all of them. After winning the Super Cup against Zheng Qi called everyone to a meeting. Hey, are you really going to win all of them? Liu Shibo asked in surprise. Why not if we have a chance to win in a row? In the league, to be honest, as long as we stay stable, we will have a good chance of winning all the games. We just need to work hard. Besides, it doesn't hurt to have a higher goal. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Shinryo nodded. This was very much to his liking. I still have reservations. It's okay to have a perfect victory as a goal, but some important games still need to adjust the state. How can a team always maintain the strongest state? Liu Shibo said. Well, you are not familiar with us yet. Zheng Qi laughed. The other players of FIFA also laughed. Last year, their training content was quite heavy. Since the beginning of this season, the proportion of individual training has begun to decrease. Everyone feels relaxed. The state of the game is much better than last season. Don't forget that this year's Changfeng and FIFA are actually even stronger than last year. Changfeng has not actually declined, and Lu Xiaoxin's desire to win will play a big role. What about Team Head? After joining UPenn, their strength is even better than last year. Under the command of Li Qing's, they will also perform very well. If we don't set higher standards for ourselves, various problems will easily arise. Zheng Qi said. Liu Shibo nodded silently. Compared with last season, this season's league may be less complicated, but correspondingly, Changfeng and Team He's ability to grab points may be stronger than last season. After all, compared with last season, the overall performance of the top few teams may be weakened, which means that FIFA can hardly count on other teams to stop Changfeng and Team He. The situation was complicated last year because many midstream teams had a certain increase in strength and competitiveness, but now, their strength has slightly declined. Team He and Changfeng each dug a top player from Xiuji and Mang. The strength of Nangguo has declined significantly, and strong teams such as Shenhuaxin and Tianlong performed relatively average last year, and this year there have been some turbulence. Only Kangning, which has maintained its strength, cannot maintain the competitiveness of the entire midstream team. Under such circumstances, Changfeng and Team He's rate of grabbing points in the league is likely to increase a lot compared with last year. Last year, Changfeng's final score for winning the championship was 86 points, but this year, 86 points may not be a safe number for winning the championship. Under such circumstances, FIFA certainly needs more to win. It would certainly be safer to put forward higher requirements, and FIFA has no experience in participating in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup. Fighting on multiple fronts means that they are more likely to make mistakes. Under such circumstances, it would be safer to perform better in the league. After figuring this out, Liu Shibo nodded. In short, everyone should work together. If we can grab 3 points, then we should try our best to grab 3 points. This year's training content will be less than last year, but I hope that everyone will show their best in every game to compete with other teams. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said loudly. This kid is becoming more and more like a captain. Zhu Shan looked at the FIFA player's response from a distance and said to Meng Fan with a smile. Meng Fan nodded slightly. He is not like a traditional captain, but he is very friendly and can get along well with others, but others are convinced by him not only because of this. Zhu Shan nodded, recalling that in training, Zheng Qi was able to participate in the training of any group and complete it very well, and he couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he was experienced and had seen many top players, but it was rare to see a player like Zheng Qi who could do almost everything and do it well. Ordinary players will have their own focus, even god-level players are the same. Some are good at attacking, some are good at defending, and some are good at assisting. This is also determined by the characteristics of the players. After all, you can only bring 10 hero cards in a game, and it is better to be precise than to be broad-minded. However, Zheng Qi is different. He will bring all kinds of hero cards in every game. Although he often faces the dilemma of not being able to connect skills, he is a player with a super strong view of the situation. He can only take action in the most advantageous situation in the game, so that his shortcomings of not being able to connect skills will not be exposed. And he brought 3 or 4 heroes for offensive, defense and support, which made his performance on the field even more unpredictable and could play a key role in many cases. Such players are indeed rare. If they don't do well, they can't do anything. If they do well, like he is now, they can do anything and play their role in any position. Don't look at him as if he didn't seem too wide catching in last year's game, but that's only in the eyes of ordinary fans. In fact, in the eyes of all experts, FIFA's overall performance last year was actually average. It was because of Zheng Qi's compensation that FIFA achieved such outstanding results. Although they lost some games inexplicably, it was actually because Zheng Qi didn't play well enough in those games that they lost the game. Everyone understands this. After all, people will have ups and downs. So after the end of the season, outsiders were all surprised and felt that Zheng Qi's performance was just like that. While all the data seemed so eye-catching, but insiders knew that Zheng Qi just did all the inconspicuous and complicated little things, and his help to the entire team was incomparable. The top players of other teams can see this, not to mention the teammates of Fifan. Just a few internal training sessions will tell them how good Zheng Qi is. Of course, the old teammates who followed from District 108 know even better. Such a player is not arrogant. Although his teammates seem to like to make fun of Zheng Qi, if Zheng Qi really wants to say something, it will definitely be 100 responses in the team. They are ready. What about you? Are you ready? Meng Fan turned to ask Zhu Shan. Of course, he had a reason to ask this. For the Fifan players, they have not participated in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup, and they may lack experience, but as players, they only need to play one game at a time. Even if they cannot adjust themselves, as long as the whole team can perform better, it will not have much impact. The key lies in this point: when the players have no experience to adjust themselves, the coach needs to take the initiative to adjust. However, as Fifan's coach, Zhu Shan had no experience in participating in these competitions. The only good thing was that the East Asian Cup and the World Cup were held at different times from the League and the Cup, so Zhu Shan didn't need to adapt to the new rhythm right away. I will also try to adapt. We can find a way to collect information about some opponents at the time. I will master the focus between the League and the Cup. Zhu Shan nodded. Intelligence was the top priority. After all, Zhu Shan was a coach who was good at arranging detailed tactics. If he wanted to make judgments in time during the game, he couldn't relax in intelligence collection. Of course, it was easy to collect information about opponents in the league, but the opponents in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup were very unfamiliar to Fifan. However, there seemed to be no need to worry about this. Fifan's tactical department had a strong ability to collect intelligence, and almost everyone knew who the opponents would be in the next East Asian Cup. With a few months left, it wouldn't be difficult to collect intelligence about these opponents. Of course, the information collected is the current information. As for the information of last year, you can go to Chengfeng for it. This is also an unspoken rule of Chinese clubs. When dealing with external parties, they should be united. In terms of information collection, they can share with the teams that participated in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup before. Of course, this is just an unspoken rule rather than a written rule. If Chengfeng is unwilling to share, Fifan has nothing to say, but in this way, Chengfeng's reputation will be tarnished. After all, they also shared information with other clubs before, and Chengfeng would not be so narrow-minded. This is also that case. After defeating Chengfeng, Luo Qishuan found Zhu Shan with a stern face the next day, and told him that if he needed information about the opponents in the East Asian Cup or the future World Cup, he could just contact him directly. He would give all the information he collected to Zhu Shan, and if he had any doubts, Zhu Shan could also ask him. Although when he left at the end, Luo Qishuan said with a stern face, "I doubt whether you were qualified to participate in the World Cup." However, being able to take the initiative to find Zhu Shan and say such words is enough to prove that Luo Qishuan did not want Fifan to make mistakes that should not have happened in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup because of intelligence problems. Although they were rivals in the Super League, and the two sides fought to the death, Luo Qishuan still hoped that Fifan could maintain the consistent strength of Chengfeng and Tin Head in intercontinental and international competitions. Especially when Chengfeng failed to win the World Cup last season. They had won the World Cup for 5 consecutive years, but this record was broken in his hands. Luo Qishuan felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 620. Nothing left out. After the Super Cup, there was a half-month buffer period. After this half-month, the new season of the professional league officially kicked off. Compared with last year, this year's professional league has changed 3 teams. The relegated ones are Thunder, Zhongbang and Jinfeng, and they are replaced by Hongyuan, Lihou and Yoquan. These 3 teams are strong teams in the first-class league, and they were promoted after a hard fight last year. After the promotion, Hongyuan, which has the most money, has made a lot of moves. It has bought 6 or 7 good players from super teams in a row. Although there are no important main players, plus Xiaobo from the relegated Thunder, their overall level has also improved a lot. Lihou and Yoquan are relatively poor. Although they have also recruited players, the teams in this year's Super League are constantly preparing for the war, which makes it difficult for them to introduce good players, which makes public opinion not very optimistic about them. Last year, the 3 promoted teams all performed well. Fifan was not to be mentioned. Chongsao and Yinshuan both barely managed to stay in the league. In the end, they ranked 16th and 17th, only 1 or 2 places higher than the relegation zone. However, they were relatively safe and not too dangerous during the league. In the end, none of the 3 promoted teams were relegated, which was relatively rare in the past seasons. As for this year, public opinion generally believed that, except for Hong Yuan's overall level, which had a foothold in the Super League, the average levels of Lihou and Youquan were somewhat poor, and they were not very outstanding in the A-level league. Last year, Lihou ranked 4th and Youquan ranked 6th. They both entered the Super League by defeating teams with higher rankings than themselves in the playoffs. Naturally, luck played a greater role in winning the playoffs. In addition, they did not have better signings, so their road to the new season would be difficult. As for the favorite teams to win the championship, the odds offered by the bookmakers show that Fifan, who had a great success in the transfer period and won the Super Cup, and the traditional strong teams Changfeng and Tianhe are the most likely to win the championship. Their odds are 0.3, and they are the most optimistic. The odds of Nanguo, which ranked 4th last year, are relatively low. After all, they lost a god-level player and a meritorious coach. Such a blow is quite huge. Their odds are not even as good as the 3 strong teams Shenhua, Xinfeng and Kanning, ranking 7th. Among the other teams, Jinlong's odds are slightly lower, and Qingquan is beginning to be favored by many people. Their odds are even close to the odds of Nanguo winning the championship. The 3 mid-level teams Xiu, Jianmang and Lingdong, which performed well last year, have relatively high odds. After all, they all lost a lot during the transfer period. Xiu Jianmang lost their ace players, and Lingdong lost many of its main players, which can be regarded as a serious injury. In short, the current situation of the league is that Fifan Changfeng Tianhe will be in the first group of championships. Corning Xinfeng Shenhua has not changed much compared to last year. They will have a strong ability to disrupt the situation. Nanguo is not optimistic because of the internal strife. Jinlong Qingquan may bring some surprises. The strength of traditional mid-level teams such as Xiu Lingdong Jianmang has declined a lot. They may form a huge relegation group with other teams. Pre-season predictions and outlooks are of course not absolutely correct, but the situation of this season is very clear. Next, it depends on whether the 3 teams of Fifan Changfeng Tianhe, which are optimistic about everyone, will be as competitive as people predict. Changfeng and Tianhe naturally make people feel very reliable. Last year, they were generally able to occupy the top 2 at the beginning, which is enough to prove their foundation. Fifan can now be ranked together with them, which at least proves one thing: in people's minds, Fifan can now keep pace with these 2 teams, although they still lack truly important and valuable championships to increase their foundation. The extraordinary players have a clear idea about this. After all, they have to rely on themselves to win the championships one by one. Whether it is Changfeng or Tianhe, they can have their current status by accumulating championships one by one, not by boasting. If they want to get the same status, then of course they have to rely on one victory after another to accumulate such status and prestige. A cup championship. A Super Cup championship. That's not enough. The league championship and other championships, as well as enough victories, are enough. After winning the Super Cup this season, if the start in the league is better, then both the fans and themselves will have more confidence. So we have to perform well next, do you understand? Our opponent in the next game is Xinfeng. In short, be careful. They are not a weak team either. Zhu Shan said to all the players before the start of the league. Fifan's players knocked out one after another. Xinfeng is more than a weak team, they have always been a strong team. Even after Changfeng and Tianhe rose successively, they were still a serious strong team. Last year, they ranked 7th. Although it seems that the ranking is not high, under the overall environment last year, their performance can be said to be quite good. Moreover, this year, in addition to Changfeng Tianhe Fifan, Xinfeng is also a standard first-tier team among the remaining teams, and belongs to the team that can influence the final direction of the league to a great extent. Facing such a strong team in that first game of the league, and on the road, Fifan's start is not very good. Relatively speaking, in the first round of the game, Changfeng's opponent is the newly promoted Lihou, and Tianhe's opponent is the mid-level team Qingxing. It is much easier to get a good start. In private, the Fifan players only joke that they are targeting us because we are a threat. However, the few people who knew the inside story, such as Meng Fan, Zheng Qi and Su Jin, knew that the people behind the scenes were also starting to target Fifan, and making things a little difficult in the schedule was just child's play. From this perspective, Zheng Qi told all the players to aim for a perfect victory, which seemed more prudent. In the early stage, if the opponent doesn't take it seriously, grabbing more points may be very useful in the middle and late stages. Zheng Qi said to Su Jing. If they can use the schedule to deal with us, is it the league organizing committee who is playing tricks? Su Jing said in surprise. Maybe it's more than that. Don't forget that Zheng Qi and Feiji and others suffered losses in the World Cup. Maybe all the bastards in the world have joined forces. Zheng Qi said indifferently. Yes, but as long as some people make things difficult for us, it will be enough for us. However, as long as we are strong enough, all these obstacles will not be a problem. Su Jing nodded. That's right. Do you know what makes me most confident? Zheng Qi snapped his fingers and asked Su Jing. Su Jing shook her head. That's the most interesting part. If you want to affect the game, you can only do it through the players on the field, and as long as we don't have such problems, we won't be affected at all. After all, regular games are directly judged by the system, and there are no human factors. It's not like the old classical football, where controlling the referee is enough. Zheng Qi laughed. Su Jing nodded. That's true, as long as we don't have any problems ourselves, it's fine, but, will there really be no problems? Although our personnel composition is much simpler, it has been gathered together for so many years after all. So I said this is the best part. Look at our current candidates, you, me, Feiji, Nialiwa, Zheng Qi, Zhu Ye, Lianshbo, Filady. These are all absolutely trustworthy. If any of us have problems, it would be incredible. Among the others, Liga Rui and Wang Yuanfeng will not have any problems. Liga Rui was just an ordinary player before. Would anyone bribe him? What's more, they all have shares in the club. If you want to bribe them, the price will be very high. Among the others, Zheng Qi, Bai Senator, Yin Yu, Yo Kaian, Zheng Thong, Wu Jin, Tang Ziyuan, these 7 were all players of Kangping before. Their status was relatively low before, so the tentacles of these people will not penetrate into the A-level teams, they just need to control the overall situation. Chen Lin was discovered by Liu Shibo in District 108, so he will not have any problems. Bin Shikai is a god-level player and a veteran player. He does not need to let his reputation be in trouble for some benefits. Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were also veterans who have known each other in District 108, counting our team one by one, no one can be controlled. Even if the Kanqing Gang and Lin Fei and Zheng Qi have problems, will their performance have a big impact on us? Whoever shows signs of doing something wrong at the time, just don't let him play. Others can only play 1 or 2 games, can there be any problems? At this point, Zheng Qi couldn't help but feel complacent. So unless we don't perform well enough, or there is a problem with ourselves, otherwise, the chances of those guys affecting our performance are really negligible. You overlooked someone. Su Jing couldn't help but remind him. I didn't ignore it. Zheng Qi chuckled. Isn't he our head coach? Don't forget, he was just a Class A coach at the time, and after he became our head coach, we became very familiar with him. He pursues honor and is obsessed with tactics. It is unlikely that he will be bribed, and I can guide the entire team on the court. Even if he has problems, we don't follow his tactics. Besides, I have always had a high degree of freedom on the court, and he can't control me. I feel relieved that you can think so comprehensively. Su Jing nodded. Indeed, judging from the composition of the team members, at least half of Fifan are absolutely trustworthy, and these people are the main force of Fifan. If there is no problem with the main force, there will be no problem with Fifan. Regarding this, both Zheng Qi and Su Jing have enough confidence. Okay, next we have to deal with Xianfen, defeat them, and make a good start for our new season. Chapter 621 Competition. When the first round of the new season kicked off, Fifan's fans were very enthusiastic about the first round of games. To increase the attendance of a team, there are only a few incentives. First, there are big moves in the transfer market. Second, the excitement of winning the championship. Third, continuous outstanding performances have attracted a large number of new fans. Fifan has all 3 of these. The transfer market has introduced 2 god-level players in a row, but only 1 main player and 2 substitutes were released. This is exciting enough. They just won the Chinese Super Cup and qualified for the East Asian Cup. In addition to their outstanding performance last year, as a result, the number of spectators for Fifan's first game even exceeded that of the home team Xianfen, reaching more than 20 million. The home team Xianfen had less than 20 million fans supporting them at the scene, so many Xianfen fans were lamenting, whose home court is this? The shouts of more than 20 million extraordinary fans, although it is impossible to converge into a torrent due to the venue. After all, the sound produced by too many people will exceed the limit of human endurance. But in the era of football, space is no longer a problem, so the stands have been changed from seats to boxes, which is a measure to prevent too many waves of sound from mixing together and causing harm to the human body. However, in this way, the advantage of having a large number of people cannot be reflected, but this is not difficult for humans. The lights shining above the field allow the players and the audience on both sides to directly see whose fans have the loudest volume. The more enthusiastic the shouts, the more lights belong to a certain side. When a certain side scores a goal, the lights above the field often all shine with the color of the lights belonging to the side that scored the goal. In the process of the game, it is the enthusiasm of both sides that is the competition. This kind of confrontation can also make fans of both sides intoxicated. But generally speaking, most of the time, there are more lights on the home team, unless an ordinary team encounters a super popular team like Zheng Qi. But this situation is indeed rare, and when the Zheng Qi fans face an ordinary team, they are embarrassed to bully the other side by relying on their numbers, so they have to give the other side some face, right? In this game, the fans of Fifan actually overwhelmed the fans of Zheng Qi in the away game. As a traditional strong team, being suppressed by the opponent at home is simply unbearable. The fans of Zheng Qi began to make louder noises to suppress the fans at Fifan, but they couldn't suppress them. The fans of Zheng Qi who watched the live broadcast now regretted it. They regretted why they didn't go to the scene to watch the game, so that their team was suppressed by the visiting team, but it was too late to regret it at this time, because the ticket sales would be terminated in advance, and there was no such thing as entering the stadium in the middle. This scene caused a consequence that Fifan had never expected. In the remaining games of this season, whether at home or away, the number of fans of their opponents who came to watch the game was higher than usual. This certainly made them suffer a little in terms of the atmosphere in the stadium, but economically, it was a huge profit. Even if there were an average of 1 million more people in a game than usual, it would be millions of extra profits. Of course, this is a story for later. On the field, the current three giants of Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi and Tan Ran, all hit solemn expressions. They certainly knew that Fifan was very strong now. They were very clear about the two new players, Liu Xibo and Shen Ruofei. Zheng Qi had been teammates with Shen Ruofei for a year, so he naturally knew how good his level was. Zheng Qi, the most inconspicuous of the three Fifan signings, also surprised many insiders in the Super Cup. Zheng Qi's performance on the court is actually not very impressive, which is why the media and the audience have subconsciously ignored him. However, in the eyes of those top players, Zheng Qi does not play much and has few opportunities to perform, but he does a nearly perfect job of supporting on the court. Assisting teammates in attacking, assisting teammates in defense, and timely intercepting when the core of the organization is attacked. These jobs are not very impressive, but someone must do them. In the past, many of these jobs were done by Zheng Qi and Fifan, while Fulei and Zhuya were more likely to do these jobs. However, when Zheng Qi is on the court now, he can play a greater role than Fulei and Zhuya combined. Although Zheng Qi has not shown any outstanding level except for supporting, just being a good support is of great value. Just like in the game of the king of the era, although the most eye-catching players are attackers, mages, shooters, etc. The support is inconspicuous, but still extremely important. Zheng Qi is such a support. Others certainly don't know that in the ZY team back then, Shen Ruofei was responsible for frontal assault, Zheng Qi was responsible for checking for leaks, Niaoliwa was responsible for large-scale killing output, Zheng Qi was responsible for various control skills, and Zheng Qi was just an auxiliary. When Niaoliwa wanted to protect, he was protecting. When Shen Ruofei attacked and Zheng Qi picked up leaks, he was on the side to support. When Zheng Qi's control skills couldn't keep up, he would use a just right control skill to give Zheng Qi time to adjust the rhythm. So although Zheng Qi has always been very low-key and doesn't talk much in the team, others also attach great importance to him and know his role, so that when Niaoliwa, Shen Ruofei, Zheng Qi and others later knew that it was Zheng Qi who betrayed Zheng Qi, they all felt a little incredible, because in many key games, if Zheng Qi let the water go, they would lose more miserably. And now in the extraordinary first-line team, Zheng Qi has also shown the strength that an excellent auxiliary should show. With such a player on the court, you may not feel that there is anything more, but if he is not on the court, you'll definitely feel that something is missing. In last year's game, Zheng Qi's energy was involved in the auxiliary work. Although he didn't care about it, now that Zheng Qi is on the court, he can undoubtedly focus more on other things. In fact, this year's three signings can greatly liberate Zheng Qi. No one knows this yet. For the players at Xinfen, they know that this game will be difficult to play, but they are also a strong team. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi are well-deserved God-level players. Tamran's level is not bad. With other strong players, Xinfen has always maintained strong competitiveness. Although they only got 7th last year, it was because the overall level was very good last year. They did not enter the first group, but still remained in the second group. Such a team is the backbone of a league. So after the game started, Xinfen immediately launched an attack. They are also a team that focuses on offense. In fact, the teams that can make a name for themselves in the league are all good at offense, and those God-level players are mainly offensive players. This is the mainstream in the professional competition of the football era. Zheng Qi is an all-rounder in attack, and Zheng Qi is good at seizing opportunities. With the support of the heroic tactics, they quickly created opportunities. Facing extraordinary defense, Tamran rushed in the front court, and Zheng Qi checked for leaks and made up for them on the side. The two cooperated tacitly, and with the assistance of other teammates, they gradually pressed past the center line. Zheng Qi was like a venomous snake, waiting for the opportunity to come. Opportunists, it doesn't sound very high-sounding, and it doesn't seem very reliable, because they can only grasp opportunities when they have them, but they can't create them. However, all professional players know that in fact, it is these opportunists who are really scary. Because on the court, no matter how weak the team is, or how strong the team is, they can always create opportunities, as long as they are professional teams. However, creating opportunities, whether they can grasp them is a problem. In every game, a team can create several opportunities, but whether they can grasp them well depends on luck in many cases. If there is an outstanding opportunist, then it is possible to score more goals even if the chances created are less than the opponent. Just think about it and you will know how terrible such a player is. However, it is not easy to train such a player. He needs to have excellent defensive ability and observation ability to see through the opponent's weaknesses. Although this ability is not rare, those with excellent defensive ability will naturally be trained as attackers, and those with observation ability will be trained as auxiliary players. There are not many people who have these two characteristics and can be well trained in time. After all, to become an outstanding opportunistic shooter, long-term training and cultivation are required. There are few people who meet these conditions, and those who can be trained in time are even fewer. Zheng Qi is such an opportunistic player. Under Luo Qishuan's training, he quickly became a sharp knife of Changfen, but the arrival of Shen Renofei made him have less room to play, so he chose to leave. After all, the most important thing for a player is the opportunity to play. It would be fine to be a deputy under Lu Xiaoshan, but with the addition of Shen Renofei, he suddenly became the third person. Of course, Zheng Qi was not happy. He also began to have opinions about Shen Renofei. Of course, this can only be regarded as a personal grudge. This mentality made him start to have more fighting spirit in this game. Of course, he knew that Shen Renofei did not join Changfen to target him, and compressing his playing space was not targeted at him, but this did not prevent him from performing better when he met Shen Renofei. This is human nature. So while he was running, he observed the flaws in Fifen's defense and wanted to give Fifen a good look. He is an attacker, and Shen Renofei is also an attacker. There are not many opportunities to face each other, but if he scores a few more goals, it can be regarded as revenge. It's a very naive idea, but it is considered normal in the league. Chapter 622. Opportunistic Shooter. What should an opportunistic shooter do? First of all, he should preserve himself, keep his energy, state, and physical fitness at a peak, and then burst out at the critical moment to create enough damage, so that it can be considered worthwhile. Zheng Qi has always done this, hiding among his teammates, always inconspicuous, and then once he shoots, he is brilliant. Don't say that the opponent knows that he is such a player. Why don't they defend him in a targeted manner? If he can be defended in a targeted manner, he is not an opportunistic shooter. After all, it is not very difficult to hide his whereabouts in the confrontation between the two sides. There are many people on both sides, and there will be various light and shadow effects to block the line of sight when skills collide and are used. It is impossible to lock on a certain opponent all the time. So Zheng Qi has always been very comfortable on the court. Of course, it is not that he can appear in the most appropriate place by dodging twice in the game. It is also through careful judgment and with the help of teammates' cover that he can show his level at the critical moment. He had a strong desire to win in this game, and of course he would not deal with it casually. He still showed his best side. From the perspective of God, it is enough to make any fan praise it. Zheng Qi certainly has a lot of fans. Every GOT level player has a lot of fans, and he is no exception. After transferring to Xinfen, many Xinfen fans have become his loyal fans. In the game, they pay more attention to Zheng Qi and observe how he gets rid of it. For these fans, it is a supreme enjoyment. With the help of various light and shadow effects to hide his figure and look for opportunities, Zheng Qi has been completely immersed in the game. He is in good shape in this game, and he can feel it. Not only should you observe your teammates, but also your opponents. This is what he has been doing. No matter how well a team runs, there will be gaps. Zheng Qi naturally knows this clearly. With his observation ability, he can judge such gaps in time, and then expand the opportunities through his own cut-in, or the gaps created when his teammates cut in, and become a chance to score. Soon, he found a gap. This gap is not big, but as long as he can sacrifice himself to cut in and disrupt the opponent's defensive arrangement, and then Zheng Qi and others quickly follow up, they can open a gap in the opponent's defense line, and the possibility of scoring a goal is 60%. This opportunity is enough. There is no absolute chance. If you don't try, you will never know whether this attack will succeed. So Zheng Qi almost didn't think about it, and instinctively prepared to attack immediately. However, just when he was about to cut in, there was another person in front of him. Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi blocked him in time, and then he used a skill to attack Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi could only resist, and this opportunity was lost. Zheng Qi didn't feel it was a pity to lose this opportunity. After all, there will be opportunities every time. If it doesn't work once, just try again. Zheng Qi blocked him this time. It can't be that he saw through his attack route. It should be just a coincidence, so he patiently began to wait for the next opportunity. Xinfen, who led the attack, created many opportunities, so Zheng Qi soon found the next opportunity. However, when he was about to shoot, Zheng Qi blocked him again. Zheng Qi finally resisted Zheng Qi's attack. Xinfen's offensive was frustrated and he could only retreat a distance, regroup and attack again. Being intercepted by Zheng Qi twice in a row, it didn't seem like a coincidence. Could he see through my route? Impossible. Zheng Qi thought to himself that Zheng Qi's performance last year was indeed very good, even quite outstanding, but his excellence was shown in his comprehensiveness, not his nature as an opportunistic shooter. After all, in last year's game, he was more of assisting Bin Qi to break the opponent's defense and play in a tougher way. Or assisting other teammates and doing a good job of auxiliary work. Even retreating to help defend and stabilize his own defense line. He did so much work that the entire league didn't know that what he was best at was the ability to seize opportunities trained by his super strong situation view. Now, with Shinryu for strong attack, Bin Qi for creating opportunities, Zheng Qi for assisting, and Liu Xibo for organizing defense, he can truly show his level and ability after all the extra burdens on him are shared out one by one. Of course, before Shinryu and others completely integrate into the team, he cannot easily put down these responsibilities, but he can show everyone what he is really good at. To win the championship, he must win it upright, instead of reserving his strength to play a role at the critical moment. In this regard, Zheng Qi is quite like an ancient knight. Show your level in the game, and then defeat those powerful opponents one by one and climb the highest mountain. This is what Zheng Qi hopes to do. Although doing so will make all the games this season more difficult, it is exactly what Zheng Qi hopes to see. His goal this season is to win the 5 championships, but winning the championship alone is not his entire goal. A perfect goal is to achieve the final victory in front of a powerful opponent, which is the most perfect. Zheng Qi's personality is relatively frivolous, but in fact, deep down, he has some perfectionist tendencies. Whatever he does, he must do his best, at least, he must do it in the most in line with his own wishes. So he ran away from home when he was only 14 years old, because he wanted to act according to his own wishes. In the future, whether he makes money by live broadcasting or runs to the football era to fight, he will follow his own temperament and go step by step. It is the same now. If he wants to win the 5 championships, he must tell everyone that I am so strong that I want to step over you and get the honor that no one has ever won. Under such strong resistance, winning the 5 championships is the most pleasant 5 championships. What's more, if he builds momentum from the beginning and makes himself popular from the beginning, there must be many fans who want to bet and will also press on for fun. Under normal circumstances, this kind of one-sided betting will definitely make the bookmakers choose to intervene, or the dark forces will find a way to trip for fun, but Zheng Qi is not worried about this at all, because this is what he has to do. If they can finally win the 5 championships, then the bookmakers will probably have to spit out a large part of the funds they have swallowed for so many years. Doing this can be regarded as letting Zheng Qi vent his anger. Come on, just look for opportunities. If I can't stop you, I lose. After blocking Zheng Qi attempted breakthrough twice in a row, Zheng Qi was in a good mood. When Zheng retreated to organize, he began to shout at the opponent's lineup. Zheng Qi's face flushed, angry. Damn, too arrogant, this is a blatant provocation. Zheng Qi said. Calm down, don't let him make you irritable. Zheng reminded. I know, I will be calmer and let him know how powerful I am. Zheng Qi said angrily. Zheng quickly launched another attack. If you don't fight back immediately after being provoked by the opponent, where will your face be? Zheng hasn't won a decent championship for many years, but they're still a strong team. So in this case, they care more about the team's image. This is a nice way of saying it. To put it more simply, they care more about face. To care about face is to have dignity. Whether it is a person or a team, it is better to have dignity than to have no dignity. When Zheng launched an aggressive attack, their fans began to cheer loudly, and they were very satisfied with the team's reaction. They really didn't ask for much, and it was enough for the team to be more motivated. They may not be strong enough to win the championship, but they can fight against the opponent in every game, which is what they can do and what the fans can accept. Stop their attack. Liu Xibo shouted in the team channel, and then he began to replace Zhu Shan and issued one order after another. As an excellent defensive organizer, his ability in this regard is unquestionable. He often commands on the court in Angguo. Although he is not particularly familiar with Fifan's teammates now, he can more keenly discover the opponent's intentions when he is on the court. Zheng Qi was going to break through again, but this time Zheng Qi didn't stop him. However, Liu Xibo discovered it in time. 2 instructions were passed down at the same time. Zhu and Fulei attacked from both wings at the right time, and Zheng Qi was surrounded in an instant. Save him. Zheng could see clearly that Zheng Qi didn't rush in, but the reaction of Fifan's defense line was a little too fast. However, although Zheng's command was timely, he still failed to rescue Zheng Qi. Liu Xibo's command was not just to let Zhu and Fulei surround Zheng Qi. When Zheng Qi wanted to turn around and form a connection with his teammates, Zheng Qi appeared beside him without his noticing, and then 2 big moves in a row. Zheng Qi only supported for 3 seconds before he disappeared. In a hurry, he was completely unprepared. Even though he was a god-level player with sufficient physical energy reserves, he could only hold out for a few seconds under the continuous attack of Zheng Qi's 2 perfectly connected ultimate moves without any ability to fight back. When he left the field, he seemed to hear Zheng Qi muttering. This is the true nature of an opportunistic shooter. Chapter 623. Responsibility. Zheng Qi was very angry. Very angry. After returning to the bench, he was getting angrier and angrier. As an excellent opportunistic shooter, he was sent off the court by Zheng Qi's sneak attack. Death is actually nothing. With his style, he died many times in each game. In order to maintain sufficient explosive power and lethality, his attribute points also added a lot of physical value. However, he added more to the attributes such as strength, speed and reaction. The physical value is not particularly strong. This is determined by his characteristics. He suddenly exploded and took away 1 or 2 people. Even if he died, he would take away more opponents to allow the whole team to gain more space. This is the true nature and biggest characteristic of an opportunistic shooter. But this time, Zheng Qi killed him as soon as he shot. Not to mention taking away more people, he left the court without any effect. This is really the first time for Zheng Qi. What a shame. But after calming down a little, Zheng Qi thought of Zheng Qi's last words. This is the true nature of an opportunistic shooter. After thinking of this, Zheng Qi was stunned. He looked up at the field and found that Zheng was already defeated. After killing Zheng Qi, Fifan was like a spring that had been suppressed for a long time and began to rebound violently. Zheng Qi died too quickly, which caught the Zheng players who came to rescue him by surprise. They were hit by a wave of counterattacks from Fifan players and half of them died immediately. Although most of Fifan's players on the field were injured, none of them died. After Su Jing's recovery skills were thrown out in time, they took advantage of the situation to counterattack and chased the Zheng players all the way. At this time, even if Zheng Qi played, it would be useless. He was not good at frontal attacks, but was better at seizing opportunities in positional battles. Let others play first, Zheng Qi said to the coach helplessly, so that he could think about the problems he encountered. After thinking carefully, Zheng Qi found that Zheng Qi was really a standard opportunistic shooter just now, that is, launching an attack when the opponent least expected it. He had blocked Zheng Qi twice in a row before, and each time was so accurate that Zheng Qi inevitably had the idea of competing with Zheng Qi. As a result, when he attacked again, he was stopped by Liu Shibo's teammates. Zheng Qi's attention was naturally distracted to Filadian Zhu. The next thing was simple. Zheng Qi showed up quietly and killed Zheng Qi in a short time. It happened to be when Xinfen was moving out in a big way to rescue Zheng Qi. Not only did he kill Zheng Qi, but he also laid the groundwork for the next encirclement of other Xinfen players. This series of actions seems nothing special, but they're linked together on the field, directly creating a huge advantage, not only disintegrating Xinfen's adversary, but also being able to score goals in return. However, they have now scored a goal. Looking at the extraordinary players cheering and celebrating on the field, Zheng Qi shook his head. This Zheng Qi is really an opportunistic shooter. The series of digging holes and seizing opportunities just now are completely the essence of an opportunistic shooter. But he was not like this last year. Thinking of this, Zheng Qi was shocked again. If Zheng Qi did not fully play his true level last year, but was still undisputedly rated as a god-level player, then how outstanding is the level of this young player? Just thinking about it is a surprising, no, shocking thing. Thinking of Shen Ruofei, who shortened his playing time as soon as he went to Changfen, and Liu Shibo, who quickly showed his ability to organize the back line after emerging in the South Country, Zheng Qi couldn't help but feel a chill. Are all young people nowadays so terrible? Zheng Qi is not actually very old. He was only 21 years old when he became a main player in Changfen. Now he is only 25 years old. He is not considered a veteran in the league. He has just entered the middle age. But compared with the three who are just in their early 20s, he is already a veteran. Compared with them, who became a main player in Changfen at the age of 21 and transferred to Xinfen at the age of 24 and was evaluated as a god-level player, don't seem to be a big deal. After all, these three guys are only in their early 20s and are already well-deserved god-level players. Zheng Qi has always felt that he was successful at a young age, but now it seems that he is not successful at a young age at all, but can only be regarded as a late bloomer. Fifen is really good now, but we should not be discouraged. Let's go and get the score back. After returning to the court, Zheng Qi listened to Ji Xingyu's encouragement and nodded. Young people are indeed scary, but I was also a young man who scared the old guys back then. Facing these guys, even if you lose the game, you can't lose your morale. Zheng Qi thought so and regained his confidence. You can lose the game, but you can't lose your fighting spirit. Players without this kind of dignity can't be professional players at all. In the following games, the players of Xinfen did not disappoint their fans. They launched a fierce counter-attack and fought fiercely with Fifen in every corner of the arena. Compared with Fifen, they are inferior in many aspects, but they have shown an extremely good state and continue to fight with Fifen in every link. Sometimes they will win, sometimes they will lose, but they are not afraid and keep fighting. This makes Fifen feel very troublesome, but it also inspires their fighting spirit. Facing outstanding and powerful opponents, and then defeating them, this is also a very happy thing. Continuous confrontation, players are constantly killed and left, but the players who fill in will still try their best to compete. Fifen had the upper hand, but was unable to create too many decisive opportunities in the opponent's tenacious confrontation. Under Fifen's fierce attack, Xinfen not only resisted, but also constantly relied on his outstanding performance to launch counterattacks from time to time, causing a lot of trouble for Fifen's defense. The shouts of fans from both sides became louder and louder. The light above the stadium, which symbolized the enthusiasm of the fans, kept changing. The intersection of the two colors of lights was jagged, constantly trying to occupy more positions, just like the competition between the two players on the field. This fierce battle lasted from the first half to the second half, and then to the end of the game. Neither side was able to score a goal in the remaining time, but the whole process of the game never made the fans of both sides feel bored. They forgot about time and fatigue, and just kept shouting, cheering for their team, and at the same time they were also in a fierce confrontation with the opponents in the stands. It was not until the end of the game that they came to their senses. Is this the end of the game? but it was really enjoyable. No one cared about the final score. Of course the players had to care. Although the fans were very satisfied, the Xinfeng players knew that they had lost, and lost without controversy. 1-0, Fifen got off to a good start in this season's league. We won this game with great difficulty. Yes, the game was very exciting, and we also gave our all, and finally defeated the opponent and got our first good start in the top league. Our players performed very well, and the Xinfeng players also performed very well, but what satisfied me most was that we were the ones who won in the end. A great game, competing with a great opponent, fighting, and then we triumphed and cheered for the victory. This was a perfect game. I hope this season can have more than 50 such perfect games, and then we can win the 5-time champion. Zheng Qi said a lot of things in the press conference after the game, and several Xinfeng players wanted to refute with a sneer, but they heard his last sentence, 5-time champion. Yes, among the Chinese teams this year, only Fifen is qualified to compete for the 5-time champion. But as a new team, you have only played 2 games and you have already started to shout the slogan of the 5-time champion. Is it really appropriate? Especially you, Zheng Qi. In the previous press conference, you said that your goal for the new season was to stay in the league. It has only been a few days, and you have changed your mind. What on earth are you thinking? Some reporters couldn't believe their ears. One reporter asked a question at that moment, and Zheng Qi answered him very affirmatively. Yes, the goal of our Fifen club this season is the 5-time champion. There is no doubt that only we can shout out this slogan. Even if other teams want to shout it, they can only shout the double champion. Zheng Qi said. But just half a month ago, you said that Fifen's goal was to stay in the league. A reporter specifically used this statement to confront him. Did I say such a thing? Zheng Qi asked with a surprised look on his face. I did. The reporters in the audience answered in unison. What's more, even the Xinfeng players and coaches sitting next to him answered in unison. I just said something casually, but so many people remembered it. When did I become so popular? Zheng Qi said cheerfully. When others secretly gave him the middle finger, he continued to speak. We didn't have confidence before. After all, we are a sophomore team. There are too many examples of sophomore teams being relegated. We were very afraid, so we set the goal of relegation. But after these 2 games, I found that our strength is still quite strong. In this case, as the only Chinese club qualified to challenge the 5-time champion, we must of course carry the banner of Chinese clubs in the world. Just like our rival teams Changfeng and Tianhe, we will win glory for the Chinese league in the Asian arena and the world arena. Zheng Qi said passionately. It's so shameless. We don't even have a place to criticize him. Yes, he pulled out the win glory for the country to block the way. This person is really cunning, countless reporters began to complain. Si es escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 624. Reasonable composition. Complaints aside, it is a fact that Fifen is the only club that can bring glory to Chinese clubs this year. After all, other than them, no other club is qualified to participate in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup. As the club of the country that has won the most World Cup and East Asian Cup titles in the past 20 years, Fifen naturally has reason to go to the East Asian Cup and the World Cup to win glory for the country. Now Zheng Qi pulled out such a reason, which is not to evade reporters, but actually shows extraordinary fighting spirit and courage. Under such circumstances, the reporters could only stop asking why Zheng Qi suddenly changed his tone. They knew in their hearts that a team that defeated Changfeng in the Super Cup and then defeated Xinfeng in the first round of the league was indeed qualified to pursue the honor of 5 championships. In the first round of the game, although Fifen only won Xinfeng by a score of 1-0, throughout the game, Fifen showed their strong strength. In the head-on confrontation and struggle, they did not give the powerful Xinfeng many opportunities. Although they only won 1 goal, Xinfeng actually had no chance throughout the game. The defense was solid and the offense was efficient. Fifen maintained their excellent form last year. And several new players have also shown their level. Fifen actually lacked the kind of strong players last year. Although there were 2 god-level players, Zheng Qi and Bin Shikai, they were not the kind of players who could solve the problem directly. Now with the addition of Shen Ruofei and Lieshbo, their overall excellent level can be better displayed. From the performance in this round, Fifen deserves their status as the champion of the Super Cup. 2 consecutive tough games, but continued to perform well, which is not something that ordinary teams can do, but Fifan did it. Although this cannot prove how much advantage they can have in the league, at least it proves that they have the level to win 5 championships. When the first round was over, the media began to praise Fifan's performance. Although they are indeed worthy of boasting, they are the only team that can win 5 championships, which is also a very critical factor. See, I said, as long as we win more championships, the media's attention will never be moved away from us. Zheng Qi said proudly. Fifan's players all felt that what this guy said was really right. With status, the media's attention will naturally come. If the performance is not good, even if Zheng Qi hypes it up in the media every day, he can only make Fifan a clown. In this day and age, who doesn't know who? Reporters also have self-esteem, so why should they help you hype? Only when you have a real level in popularity, the media will report more about you, and then you can achieve a win-win situation. In the other games in the first round, Zheng Qi and Tin He both won. Their opponents were not strong, although they only won by 1 goal, but they could also be tied with Fifan. In fact, there were not many goals in this round. The game with the most goals was actually completed in the match between Hong Yuan and Yu Shen. Shi Yongfei, who finally returned to the top league after 2 years, performed well. He scored 2 goals in the game and helped Hong Yuan beat Yu Shen 3-1. Xiaobo also seemed very honest in this game. He assisted Shi Yongfei honestly and performed quite well. There were more draws in other games. Another team that attracted attention, Nanguo, did decline a lot. They tied with the newly promoted team Yaoquang 0-0 in the game. Yaoquang, who was known as the most brilliant player in the first-class league, began to become much more honest after entering the Super League. They focused more on defense, so that Nanguo could not score a goal throughout the game. Canning also encountered a draw. They tied with Lingdong, but Shenhua won a small victory over Minfen, showing the style of a strong team. After this round, the first place was the newly promoted Hong Yuan, who ranked first with the advantage of goal difference, followed by the victorious Fifan, Changfen, Tin He, Shenhua and Jianmang. In short, in this round of competition, the strong teams performed well. Although Changfen lost to Fifan, the other strong teams basically won. Only the draws of Canning and Nanguo seemed a little surprising. Jinlong tied with King Quang, which was not surprising. After all, King Quang's current momentum is also quite good. In the next round, we will play King Quang. This schedule is not very good. We will meet strong teams at the beginning. Su Jing said with some sighs. I think it's very good. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Others looked at Zheng Qi, wondering why he said that. Think about it, we're facing many strong teams at first, and we're in good shape. In the first half of the season, we don't need to spend energy in the cup competition, so we can just grab a few more wins and put pressure on other teams. It's very happy to think about it. Zheng Qi said. That's the truth, but we still need time to run in. If we face strong opponents at the beginning, it will be more troublesome once the results fluctuate. Zheng Shu said cautiously. What are you afraid of? As long as we are excellent, we are not afraid of others blocking us. Shen Ruofei said coldly. No matter what kind of opponent this season, we will defeat them. That's right, our running in is actually nothing. Don't underestimate the level of our Fei Ji and Boss Liu. Although they are both core players, with their level, it is not a problem for them to integrate into us, especially Fei Ji. It's enough for him to rush to the front and charge. We will cooperate with him. As for Boss Liu, you defensive players remember to listen to his command on the court. Zheng Qi nodded vigorously. Zhu Yi, Fu Lei and other defensive players nodded in agreement. Fifan actually never had very good defensive players, including Zhu Yi and Fu Lei. They were just brave and tenacious on the field, and their defensive skills and overall coordination were average. It was just that they were very brave and willing to sacrifice, and their attribute points were very high. Among ordinary professional players, those with high attribute points would be trained to be offensive players unless they really had no talent in offense. Only Fifan could afford to have 7 or 8 defensive players with more than 800 attribute points, so they didn't care at all that the newly joined Liu Shibo could command them on the field. After all, among Fifan's defensive players, Fu Lei, Zhu Yi, Chen Lin, Zheng Thong, Wu Jin, Tang Ziyuan, and Lin Fei, most of them are from Class A teams or even grassroots. The only 2 who are from the Super League are Chen Lin and Lin Fei. Chen Lin, needless to say, was dug out by Liu Shibo from the players, and Lin Fei was just Jianming from a mid-level team. He was very impressed by Liu Shibo, who was born in a famous family and had already made a name for himself in the Super League. Although Fifen was a team put together, it happened to be well organized. For a complete team, it was necessary to have a ladder in strength. If a team composed entirely of god-level players was put together, then they would fight every day just for the core position, not to mention harmony. The special thing about Fifen is that each of their players has the attributes of a god-level player, but in fact, more than half of them are not worthy at such an account. They are also very clear about this. Being an ordinary player in Fifen does not mean burying them. Even if they go to other teams, they cannot be the core at their operation level. It is better to hug Fifen's thighs and strive for some owners together. Some players who are capable of being the top or even the core of other mid-level teams, such as Zheng Qi, Zheng Qi, Niao Su Jin, Li Rui, Wang Yuanfen, etc. A very convinced by Zheng Qi, although Niao and Zheng Qi probably won't admit this, they can accept Fifen not being the core. As for the core players, their status does not conflict with each other. With the temptation of the 5-time champion, they can also face a goal together. With the core, the main force, and the substitute, Fifen's lineup is composed and the configuration is quite reasonable. Such a team has indeed reached the time to achieve results. And what about their opponents? It is also a process of thriving. After the training of the 3 young players last year, their level has reached a new level. In addition, their own character attributes are very good, which makes their level leap to the forefront of the entire league. Xili was rated as a god-level player last year. Although Yuan Kong and Zheng have not yet squeezed into the rank, they are also recognized as young players with the potential of god-level players. After a few more years of hard work, their level will steadily rise. With the departure of some veterans, it is only a matter of time before they squeeze into the ranks of god-level players. And when a team has 3 such players, it is very attractive. In this year's transfer market, King Quan not only did not lose the main force, but also introduced several older and powerful players to fill the defect of the lineup being too young. For them, although they have not yet reached the time of explosion this season, it is a good time to accumulate strength. At the same time, we can also expect their ranking to be higher than last season. They were 9th last season, and they were already the best performing team under their second group. Now facing extraordinary challenges, it is a test for them, and it is also an opportunity to train the team again. After all, for a relatively young team, performing well against a strong team can not only boost the team's confidence, but also allow the players to gain valuable experience. In the first round of the game, they tied the strong team Tianlong, which was a great benefit to their confidence. We are not afraid of any opponent. For us, we are not afraid of failure because we have a future with unlimited possibilities. Xili said in an interview at the pre-match press conference. Chapter 625. A dangerous incident. Did Xili really say that? When the reporter relayed Xili's words to Zheng Qi asked back. After getting the affirmation, Zheng Qi smiled and said, "It's a good thing for young people to have confidence in their future." His old-fashioned tone could not shock the reporters. After all, he had said this many times before. The reporters had been tested for a long time and there would be no more turbulence. But what they wanted to hear was not this. "Is it just like that?" A reporter asked immediately. "Of course it is like this, what else?" Zheng Qi asked back. Xili said he is not afraid of you. A reporter continued to ask unwillingly. "Of course he doesn't have to be afraid of me. Besides, he said that King Quang is not afraid of us Fifen. This is too normal. Will professional teams be afraid of other professional teams? Professional teams can lose, but they can't be afraid. If a team is afraid of another team, then this team will have no future. Will King Quan be a team without a future?" Zheng Qi asked back. The reporters were speechless. It was not that they could not find something to refute, but if they refuted, it would confirm the evaluation that Fragrant is a team with no future. Of course, the reporters would not be stupid enough to make such a mistake. It's just that I disagree with one sentence in his words. Zheng Qi changed the subject. The reporters immediately got excited. Is this going to start a direct confrontation? So looking forward to it. Xili said that they are not afraid of failure because they have an unlimited future. There seems to be nothing wrong with this, but in fact, having a future does not mean that you will definitely win owners in the future. Seizing the present is the most important thing. If you only pin your hopes on the future, then the future will always be the future, not the present. We never say that we have a future. We will impact it, but it's just now. So this is the essential difference between extraordinary and frivolous. Last year we were sad about losing the championship, but what about frivolous? Zheng Qi answered lightly. The reporters immediately became excited. They began to write down Zheng Qi's words. Although Zheng Qi's words were not meant to criticize anyone, they were more heartbreaking. They were both young teams, with young players accounting for the majority, but the extraordinary goal was much bigger than that of the frivolous. Once such words were spread, the frivolous team would be in turmoil. After all, when you are proud of your own achievements, it is easy to feel frustrated when you see opponents of the same age achieving more brilliant results and having higher goals, and feel that your pursuit is meaningless. Of course we need to look further ahead, but we will also be down to earth. I think my attitude is the same as that of Captain Zheng Qi. Having a future only shows that we will not be shaken by short-term losses. Now, of course, we all need to grasp it. Xilai answered this way during the interview. It is obvious that he no longer wants to argue with Zheng Qi on this issue. As long as it shows that we are also down to earth, that is enough. As for whether to impact the championship, whether the goal is more lofty, Xilai feels that this does not need to be discussed anymore. After all, people are different. Although we must strive for self-improvement, we must also have self-knowledge. A team like FIFA has almost never appeared in the professional league for hundreds of years. At most, when the league was first established, there would be such a collection of young and talented players. Later, after the league basically stabilized, there would be almost no such team. FIFA is a special case after all. The frivolous players were not affected too much. They actually positioned themselves very accurately. If they were really talented young players, they would not come to frivolous even if they valued young players. You should know that in top teams like Zheng Qi and second-tier teams like Nangguo Shenhua, there is room for young players. As long as you are good enough, there will definitely be room. For example, Shen Ruofei, Lianshbo, Han Yiming of Tianhe, He Jing of Chengfen, these are all young players, but they are good enough, so they can still have the opportunity to train in the top giants. For outstanding young players, they don't care about playing less than 10 minutes per game in the top teams, but they will be tempted by playing more than 10 minutes in the midstream teams. In fact, the competition system of the football era allows any team to train young players well. In this case, the progress gained by staying with top players can better attract young players. Under such circumstances, the strong get stronger and stronger has become a mainstream. Of course, if the young players are strong enough, they will also seek a position in the team, and then they will be diverted from the strong team, just like the loss of personnel in Chengfen last year. There is no need to worry about the emergence of a situation where one team dominates the team. In fact, the outstanding performance of Chengfen and Tianhe in recent years mainly depends on these two core players, not just their overall excellence. What King Quan is attracting now is indeed the group of young players who are not outstanding. They have long understood this. You almost made my army lose its morale. When he came on stage, Xilai said to Zheng Qi with a wry smile. "TSK, this is a greater test of your army's morale." Zheng Qi replied. Xilai didn't really know how to answer. Zheng Qi's counterattack actually gathered the morale of the King Quan army. After all, there were no pretentious middle school boys in the King Quan team. They were basically down-to-earth young players. Zheng Qi's words stimulated their fighting spirit and desire to compete. From this perspective, Zheng Qi's interview actually helped the King Quan team. Of course, if the King Quan team was really fragile or had a grudge against each other, then the morale of the army might really be in chaos, but Xilai probably knew Zheng Qi's thoughts. In that case, he couldn't control it, but it's normal to think about it. Why should he control you? I hope it will be an exciting game. Xilai calmed down and said to Zheng Qi. Of course it will be an exciting game. Zheng Qi smiled. For that King Quan players, although their mentality was not affected, they also hoped to show their level in this game. Just as Xilai said before the game, they don't have much pressure in this game, just try your best. If you win, you'll get points, and if you lose, you can also gain valuable experience. In short, it is a sure win. Of course, anyone will be very interested in doing something that is sure to win. So in this game, the frivolous players are still very motivated. Even if we can't beat you, we will try our best to mess with you and make it difficult for you to win. After all, frivolous is now a standard mid-level team in the league. Even those strong teams have to spend some effort to beat them. Now they are trying their best to make things difficult for FIFA, and FIFA is also playing very hard in this game. In every position, frivolous and FIFA launched a fierce attack. Although they are much worse in personal ability, they often have no power to fight back once the overall confrontation falls behind. But in this game, even if the frivolous players are left alone, they will often fight to the last minute, so that FIFA's attack can never be played so smoothly. Under such a confrontation, Fifin played very hard, and it can even be said that he was constantly blocked by King Quang. There was nothing surprising about the tactics used by King Quang, but under their fierce confrontation and tenacious resistance, Fifin always spent a lot of energy. When the energy was consumed a lot, Fifin would inevitably make some mistakes. After finally taking the lead in the first half, a mistake in the second half allowed King Quang to tie the score. After tying the score, the game seemed a little difficult to play. The performance of the young players was not stable, and the rise and fall of morale could have a great impact. In this case, King Quang began to counterattack in a big way, while Fifin was temporarily in a dilemma. Seeing that the morale of the team was greatly boosted and began to gain the upper hand on the court, the fans of King Quang were very excited. If this game was played well, it would undoubtedly bring more confidence to King Quang. However, Fifin also showed their tenacious side. They are all young players, with better attributes and higher goals, but they were suppressed by the opponent. How can this be tolerated? This is what the Fifin substitutes are thinking at the moment. After the rotation, Fifin is now mainly composed of substitute players on the field. However, in the confrontation with the opponent, they also showed an extremely good state. Being suppressed, and then rebounding, little by little, accumulating advantages, and gradually turning the disadvantage back. This made the frivolous players a little unconvinced. When they were fighting against Fifin's main players, they were not at a big disadvantage. When they were fighting against Fifin's substitutes, they actually started to be at a disadvantage. Incredible. However, they overlooked one thing. Although Fifin was a substitute on the field at the moment, in terms of operation and attributes, the opponent was not inferior at all. In addition, when they were fighting against Fifin's main players, they consumed too much energy. They didn't feel it at the time, but when they relaxed a little at this time, fatigue came like a tide. The frivolous players who originally wanted to suppress Fifin and take the lead again soon found that they could not suppress the opponent. And then, Fifin's counterattack gave them no chance to fight and retreat. Led by substitute Ben Shikai, Fifin turned the counterattack into a winning advantage. They advanced steadily all the way and took the lead again. 2-1 was not a particularly big score, but Fifin won the game without any danger. Fin est capture much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olvidan like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, suscripción dona que nos anima a continuar. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.